Good morning, everyone. We already are starting off with Charles. Welcome to, what are we, Monday, day 8 of 1,000 of Chad Daybell trial. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Linda. Welcome to It's a Crime. And we are about to get into it. So we left off last week with Melanie Gibb, I believe. It was an early day on Friday. Yes, there's court on Fridays, but sometimes I guess it might be a little bit early. Good morning, everyone. So we have a big day again ahead of us. Before we get started, just want to ask everyone, if you know somebody who would like to come and join in and hang out with us for the day, hit the share button and then we can share the love. We've had a lot of fun in the last couple weeks, and I'm getting a lot of messages saying, hey, I really enjoy it. So, but you know what? Share it out to people. You can hang out and we'll get everything together. We'll figure it all out. Judge Boyce should be coming on pretty quick, probably in a few minutes, hopefully. I will put that up here. People are starting to trickle in right now. I did post also in the community tab. I am working on an emoji as well for John Pryor. Hopefully I can finish that up and get it up by lunchtime or for tomorrow. Good morning. So just realized that my favorite pen is in the other room now. And I have the one I don't like, but that's okay. We'll get that together. Okay, let's go back just for a sec. Oh, yes, we were reading the wonderful texts of Chad to Lori. Thankfully, there was no loin fire last week that we had to hear the scientific phenomenon of, but I'm sure that might be today. So, right, we heard that, and the agent Douglas Hart, he was of the FBI. He got to read that along with Melanie Gibb. Were you guys a little bit surprised about Melanie Gibb's testimony last week? Did you figure it would be a little bit more spicier? I don't know if spicier would be the right word, especially because we were just talking about loin fire. But I figured a little bit. It would have been a little bit different. It has been quite a few years, though. I got to toss into always some little jabs at these people. It makes our day a little brighter. Yes, the funeral was beautiful for my friend's daughter on Friday. I did head dive into the chocolate after. Crazily, do you remember on Friday we were talking about feathers and my brother-in-law and signs? It was so weird. So Friday was actually my brother-in-law's birthday. And he passed away 5 years ago. And I was telling everybody about feathers and how I saw feathers, and I showed you the picture because I asked for a sign and saw feathers in November, but they were made of ice crystals. And then I showed you guys my nails. Okay, you want to know something crazy? So I go to the funeral, right? And for some reason, I just got my nails done and I kept wanting a butterfly. It's like, weird, I haven't had a butterfly on my nails, but I really want one. I go to the funeral and there's butterflies everywhere. And my girlfriend is wearing butterfly earrings, a butterfly ring, and her daughter loved butterflies. And the, what do you call it? The urn that her daughter is in is a giant, like this big butterfly in pink and purple. It was a little bit like, what happened? Anyway. Oh, weird. I froze for a second. That's weird. And I'm even plugged in. Okay, so it's just a little bit weird. So I went there and then I ended up seeing our mutual friend that we haven't seen in person for 28 years. He recognized me right away. He's like, Linda, I can't believe it. You know, it sucks that we meet this way, but I haven't seen you in so long. And I was like, whoa, it's been almost 30 years since I've seen you. So Denise says, Linda, give us a heads up when the patriarchal blessing gets played so I can grab my bucket. It was played last week, so we should be okay. We don't have to worry about the, I mean, and it was so weird. And it was standing room only. There was so many people. And then this guy ushers me up the aisle on the side of the wall. So I'm standing on the side of the wall. I'm the only one and I'm blubbering. And then, everybody gets to sit down while I'm standing there. Like, it was just a little weird, but it was beautiful. There was a slideshow for like 20 minutes, which was really nice. It was really nice. It was really beautiful. We all did sparklers outside after because her mom called her, well, everybody called her Sparkle. She's just a sweetheart. So anyway, that was Friday, and I took a big nosedive into chocolate. I pretty much ate a lot of junk this weekend, which I don't normally do. But sometimes that's how I deal with it. So here we are. I'm in a good mood this morning, and we're moving on. Welcome aboard, Joanna. Yeah, since I was 9. That's right, Lucas. Since I was 9, I've known him. Because I'm only 39. I turned 39 last week. It's the 8th anniversary of my 39th birthday. So here, I'm going to gear up. Let's just get that set up. All right, before we get started, we're going to get everyone to hit that like button. And we'll get ready to in it to win it. Oh, yes, Shelby, I did already know about Pryor's previous charge of battery. I did email you back, and I have a video on it, actually. So let me grab that, because I actually have a video on John's shady past. And so I'm sure you guys will want to see that. And if you haven't seen the judge who was super angry last week, I recommend seeing that too. Let's just get John's little video out. So I posted this. I've posted it twice before, but I did one recently. Here it is. January 16th. Here we go. Thank you for joining this morning. What do you think is going to happen today? I hope it picks up a little bit now. Like, let's get it going, because we're on day 8 today. And if we have to go to 50 days, we got another 42 to go. I'm so glad you feel at home. I'm so glad. I love you guys. Like, this is the highlight for me. Day 8 already. Well, although I don't know. Already? I don't know. It feels like a little bit longer. Saw in another check, Colby Ryan walked into the courthouse. Interesting. That's good. That's good. We'll get him in there. Hopefully he can death stare Chad, as he's known to do. You guys are sweet. So we had the drama last week of Judge Boyce getting super angry. John Pryor, well, we know how we feel about him. He looked like his tail was tucked. Amber says, love you, Linda. Love you too. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Monday morning, here we go. There's tons of stuff this weekend. I was working on some videos, which is exciting. And I think I mentioned last week I did get a cool brand deal, so I was very happy with that. So I had worked on that. And my son got to be a little bit of a videographer for the weekend. I told him he has to help me with the video so he could hold the phone while I record. He wasn't that happy. I said, "You want to be a YouTuber? Good luck. If you complain about 1 second." Tyler, oh, thank you, Tyler. I don't know if I'm a morning person per se, but I have to be a morning person, so I guess I embrace it. It took me some time to go to sleep, but yeah. Okay, so here's what I got for the, let's see if I can load it. We'll see what you guys think. Let me see if I could load it. I was running out of space on here to load pictures because I was going a little, having some fun. See if I can show you the emoji. We need one for John, don't we? I might have to load it. Okay. I like this one. Okay, hang on. I like this one. See if you guys like this one. And then it'll take me a little bit of I'll load it on. I like this one. What do you guys think about that? And I could turn it into an emoji. I just feel like that really encapsulates. And he's wearing the red murderous tie to match Chad. What do you guys think? Okay. Oh, we got to have fun because I tell you guys, if I had to do this with a straight face for the rest of my life, I would lose my marbles. Okay, so I'll have to load that. Let's see if I can actually load it while we wait. It might take me a minute to wrap my head about where to go to do this. So, and if some of you guys don't know, like if you're a member of It's a Crime, you get these little emojis. So when you chat, and you can even do it when you comment on the videos, you could use that too. Like I have loin fire one, and I have the 144K. So you guys can go sprinkle that right now. Show the others if they need to know how that works or they want to see it. Okay, let me see. They have all these settings, and it's just like to find it. Sometimes you're like, where do you go? Bear with me. So there we go. Okay, here we go. I got to go find it now. There we go. Emojis. Let's see if this is going to work. I might have to. Sometimes they won't let you do another one. I have to replace it. There's a certain amount in members, and then once they get added, then they'll open up some more. So I might have to replace it, but some of them I don't want to. Oh, okay, this one. I'll do this one. Okay, we're going to call it, well, Chad was called Chad Tato. John Mado. Don't you rather me be happy and joyful than humdrum like Eeyore? There we go. John Mado. Save and publish. Let's see if this works. You guys might have to refresh. I'm not sure, but just try it.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Juju. Thank you for the super sticker.
All right, good morning. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. we've got additional testimony from Officer Hart this morning on direct. Before we get started, just a few housekeeping issues. The court has received the juror affirmations. I wanted to confirm, have all 18 jurors returned today?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we've got all 18 jurors with all their juror affirmations signed since the weekend. Also, had a brief sidebar with counsel as we started regarding defendant's Exhibit 6, which has been admitted. And upon further consideration, I think will require the removal of some commentary in there. I think the parties have all agreed. So as we get to that exhibit, I think it'll need to be either amended or substituted, and we'll work on that issue. But we'll try to keep that as clear as we can in the record once that exhibit's being referenced, and make sure that the exhibit that is submitted to the jurors or published throughout trial to the jurors conforms with previous rulings on that information in the exhibit. So with those issues in mind, is the state going to be ready to proceed with additional direct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, will the defense be ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll note also the prosecutors are here as well as the defendant and the defense counsel. So let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Yes, sir. All right, please. Here's our president count for you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623. This is Monday morning after the weekend break. The court has confirmed that all jurors have returned and are properly seated and present. I'll also note the court received the juror affirmation from all 18 of the jurors. So thank you again for following the court's continuing admonishment and instruction during the breaks. We're ready to continue with direct examination this morning. I'll note the state is here present. Prosecutors Wood and Blake, Mr. Wixom and Miss Beatty, as well as Mr. Pryor here with the defendant, Mr. Daybell. Officer Hart was on direct examination as we broke for the weekend, and I believe the state has additional direct. Is that correct, Miss Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. If you'd go ahead and call your witness, then we'll have him return to the stand.
The state will call Agent Hart.
All right, thank you. Agent Hart, you are still under oath for purposes of your testimony. That oath was given last week. In addition, I'll just inquire over the weekend, or since you were on the stand, have you reviewed any of this trial that's been is available online and has been live streamed? Have you reviewed any of the testimony of the trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that then, Ms. Blake, you can continue on your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do have a modified slide, a courtesy copy for the court and one for Your Honor as well. Or one for the court and one for Your Honor. Defense has already been provided one. And Your Honor, this is part of State's Exhibit 183. May I publish that exhibit?
Yes, and just to be clear, the identifier information's been redacted on what's going to be published.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, you may publish.
Agent Hart, we were here last Friday and we had been talking about some texts exchanged regarding Charles' death. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall talking about the beneficiary in relation to Charles' death?
Yes, there had been a series of text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that indicated Lori Vallow had found out that her husband, Charles Vallow, had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy.
And the images on this slide, is that what we're seeing here?
Well, previously there were text messages, and then approximately 2 weeks, 10 days later, Lori Vallow sent 2 MMS messages to Chad Daybell on July 28th of 2019. The one on the left is the original life insurance policy that shows Lori Vallow, his spouse, as the beneficiary to receive 100% of the proceeds of that policy. And this one over here shows the change in beneficiary to Ella K. Woodcock and the date that that was done.
And do you know who Ella K. Woodcock is in relation to Charles Vallow?
It's his sister.
And do you know who she is in relation to JJ Vallow?
She would be JJ's grandmother.
And again, these messages were sent to Chad Daybell.
By Lori Vallow, correct.
And if we go to the next slide, I'm going to pause here and allow the jurors to read.
God, so soon. Lori to Chad, Mel wants us to come up there tomorrow, but I said next Thursday to Sunday. What do you think? Lori to Melanie Boudreau, we just had a big fight, probably no go on next week. Chad to Lori, my heart is crushed, but I will never stop loving you. Chad to Lori, you're the best. I hope your day goes well. I adore you. Chad to Lori again, absolutely excruciating to be cut off from you. I love you. This is what I was talking about last week. That she
And
ends up
Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, we'd talked before, there were additional messages in the iCloud account. Is that correct?
There are thousands of text messages in the iClouds, yes.
And with these particular messages, were there some preceding messages in relation to these?
Chronologically, yes, there were.
And when we're looking at these messages, do you know who the Mel is that's being referred to?
Yes, that's Melanie Boudreau, Lori Vallow's niece.
And what was it about these particular messages that caught your attention?
What caught my attention was the conflict that existed between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell as it relates to their relationship. At this point, Charles Vallow has been dead for almost a month, and Lori Vallow wants her and Melanie Boudreau to travel to Rexburg, Idaho to spend time with Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell is, of course, still married to Tammy Daybell, and so that
It's sustained.
So you were indicating that Melanie Boudreau and Lori were wanting to go to Rexburg to visit Chad.
correct.
And can you read the date on these messages into the record?
The date of this text string is August 7th of 2019.
And then at the bottom, are there some that carry into the next day?
Correct, August 8th of 2019.
During this time, do you know if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
So in this context, it appears that Lori's telling Melanie, we just had a big fight. Do you know who that's in reference to?
That's in reference to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
And at this time, Charles has been dead for not quite a month.
Correct.
What else about these stood out to you?
There's a conflict between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell regarding,
I think there's inadequate foundation at that point. Mr. Pryor, moving forward on your objections, please use the microphone. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Agent Hart, again, you've talked about you went through thousands of messages in this iCloud account, or that there were thousands of messages, correct?
yes,
Were there some messages preceding this indicating what Chad's plans were during this time?
yes.
And what did those messages indicate?
Chad Daybell had a,
All right, again, into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor, or maybe your mic's not on today, but. Okay, could we get that checked, please, to make sure the microphone is functioning at defense table?
So if I remember, this is 6. This is 30.
This is the perfect time for John Mado.
Okay, apologies. Ms. Blake, would you ask another question? I'll defer ruling on that objection. Go ahead.
Agent Hart, did you review messages that indicated what Chad's plans were during this time frame?
yes, it's a scheduling conflict. Lori Vallow wanted to visit Chad Daybell.
Judge, I'm in object. It's unresponsive.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Well, I'll sustain the objection because the answer was what Chad's plan. The question was what were Chad's plans, and the answer was what Lori Vallow wanted. I think that's outside the scope of the question and the foundation that's been laid. So it's non-responsive.
You determined that Chad Daybell had different plans during this time?
Judge, objection. That's leading.
Your Honor, he's already answered that.
Overruled.
Yes, he had a family vacation planned.
So in reference to the big fight, based on your investigation, were you able to determine what this text thread was about?
Yes,
And what did you determine the fight to be about?
Lori Vallow's trip, which conflicted with Chad Daybell's family vacation.
And when we look at those last 3 messages, did anything about those catch your attention?
From the content of the iCloud, this was the first big fight they had had. And it appeared that they were at odds with one another. And Chad Daybell's comments was that his heart was crushed and he would never stop loving her.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Okay. Chad to Lori, good night. Saddest day of my life. Lori says, or Chad says to Lori, Grandpa Keith is here. I'm supposed to warn you that you are unprotected. How manipulative. The angels are angry that you are ignoring me. I told him to go back, but he says he isn't allowed to. I'm honestly not trying to manipulate you to respond. I understand that you need your space, but they say you have cut me off and the protection I built around your house is gone. Oh my God. I love you and don't want you getting attacked. They said that if you at least give me something, it will restore your connection enough to give some protection. Lori to Chad, I love you. Chad to Lori, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. So manipulative, this guy. Both of them can have each other.
And Agent Hart, can you indicate the date of these text messages?
Yes, it's towards the end of the day on August 8th of 2019.
Is this a continuation from the conversation we saw on the previous slide?
Correct.
In looking at this, was there something that stood out to you?
Yes.
And what was that?
If you look at the date and the time, you can see that Lori Vallow has ceased to communicate with Chad Daybell for approximately a day. And this lengthy text, line 1300, is a very clear example of how Chad Daybell used his supposed visionary powers to manipulate Lori Vallow.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And in this, sorry, let me back up. In that first message as well from Chad to Lori, can you read the second sentence of that?
Saddest day of my life.
And again, you indicated Lori had quit communicating with him after the previous message that we saw.
That's correct. So there had been no communication from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell on August 8th of 2019.
And after Chad sends that lengthy text, it appears Lori resumes communication. Is that correct?
Yes,
And can you read into the record what she said?
I love you.
And then Chad responds just,
Thank you, my love. I will get things restored.
so in that lengthy one, he indicated that he may not be able to protect her anymore.
Correct. Grandpa Keith is Lori's deceased grandfather. So Chad Daybell is indicating to Lori Vallow that he is unable to protect her and that the angels are angry that she is ignoring him. And so he is trying to get her to respond due to those indication of what's happening spiritually.
And then once she does respond, Chad will get things restored.
That's what he indicates, yes.
Then if we move to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Oh, Lord. Lori to Chad. It contains a photograph of Lori Vallow at a beach wearing a yellow swimsuit. The text reads, surprises are waiting! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
And will you indicate the date this message was sent?
This is August 10th of 2019.
And what about this particular message stood out to you?
Well, I think this is an example of how Lori Vallow manipulates Chad Daybell.
And this image was sent along with the surprises are waiting text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, on August 10th, is Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Moving to the next slide, and again, I'll pause to allow the jurors to read.
What if we don't want to read? Lori to Chad, very good description of what just happened. Wish you were really here to experience this with me. Love emoji. Lori to Chad, thank you for being mine. Wish I could wake up and kiss your sweet, tender lips for real. Lip emoji. You are my everything. Like, I think I threw up in my mouth just a little bit.
And if you could read into the record the date these messages were sent.
These are August 10th of 2019.
So these would have been sent after that image that we saw in the previous slide.
Correct.
What, if anything, about these caught your attention?
There had been several messages preceding these two messages indicating their ability to connect spiritually, to enter into portals, to be together outside the physical realm. What stood out to me about these two messages is that both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell understand that's not real and it's not true. Lori Vallow says, I wish you were really here to experience this with me. And again, saying, I wish I could wake up and kiss your sweet, tender lips for real. So to me, that indicated an understanding between being together truly in the physical realm in which we live versus this alleged ability to portal and be with one another spiritually.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Good thing I didn't eat. Chad DeLory, I will join you. Partly why I'm so sad is my Boise trip has turned into a trip with extended family. Not happy about it. Lori to Chad, how much more of this can you take? Chad DeLory, they want to go to Craters of the Moon National Park. I can't take much more. So trapped. Lori to Chad, are we supposed to wait forever? And that's a question mark, question mark? It's just... Whew.
Can you indicate the date these messages were sent into the record?
Yes, this is August 11th of 2019.
And what about these particular messages caught your attention?
These 4 messages are the beginning of a text string that occupies this slide and the next 5 slides. And it's a lengthy back and forth between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow regarding a vacation that Chad Daybell is going on with his wife, Tammy Daybell, and other relatives.
And in relation to that trip, can you read the last sentence of that first text?
Partly why I am so sad is my Boise trip has turned into a trip with extended family. Not happy about it.
And then if we move down to that third message, was there something about that that caught your attention?
Well, these are Chad Daybell's own words. He says, I can't take much more, so trapped. So it's an indication of how he's feeling as it relates to his current situation as it existed on August 11th of 2019.
We move to the next slide and I'll pause to allow the jurors to read.
Chad DeLory, no, but the next 2 days will be torture. Thankfully, I will be alone most of Wednesday and beyond. Lori to Chad, is that what he wants, for me to sit around waiting for you endlessly and you miserably wasting time? It just doesn't feel right. Chad DeLory, I'm just so frustrated. I'm sorry, honey. And Lori to Chad, you can't just keep tearing my heart out. I really can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. Sorry, neighbor.
And Agent Hart, you indicated this is a continuation from the previous slide. Is that correct?
Yes.
What about these messages caught your attention?
First of all, the date caught my attention. This is 1 month to the day after Charles Vallow had been killed, and approximately 10 months into the relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Subsequent to Charles Vallow's death, the pressure being put by Lori Vallow on Chad Daybell for them to be together increased significantly. And so you see in these messages that Lori Vallow is asking, is that what he wants, for me to sit around waiting for you endlessly and you miserably wasting time? It doesn't feel right. And so these messages are a good indication of their thoughts as it relates to their ability to be together in the current circumstances that they find on that date.
And in that first message, Chad refers to it as torture.
Referring to the 2 days he's going to spend with his family as torture, yes.
And you indicated Charles Vallow's been dead for about a month, correct?
Exactly 1 month.
But Tammy's still alive.
Yes, she is.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Lori to Chad, if you really loved me, you wouldn't want that either. Lori to Chad, you should give all of you your love and your attention to your wife and family. I'm just a distraction. This is what I was talking about last week. Go have fun with your family. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk, but we have nothing until these things change anyway. Chad to Lori, oh, honey, this is so crushing. I feel so destroyed inside. You know, my love for you is deep and real. I want change. I'm constantly begging for change. I want you. Nothing else matters. But I am hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely, like loin fire intensely.
And Agent Hart, you indicated this is also a continuation from the previous two slides. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
When you look at these particular messages, what stood out to you?
Again, it's a clear communication between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell regarding the status of their relationship and Lori Vallow's desire to be together overtly with Chad Daybell.
And when we look at the last message, the response from Chad to Lori, can you read that into the record?
Yes. Oh, honey, that is so crushing. I feel so destroyed inside. You know, my love for you is deep and real. I want change. I'm constantly begging for change. I want you. Nothing else matters. But I am hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely.
And at this point in time, again, Charles died 1 month ago, correct?
Yes,
But Tammy's still alive.
yes.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'll pause to allow the jurors to read.
Chad to Lori, but I will leave you alone, as excruciating as that will be, until I hear from you. Lori says, you can't say to me nothing else matters because everything is before me. If that's what the Lord wants, then I just need to do something else so I can pull myself out of this deep despair. It's not like me to be this way. It's been way too much for way too long. Lori to Chad, the pain is unbearable.
Agent Hart, on that previous slide, we'd seen that Chad was begging for change so he could be with Lori. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would need to change so he and Lori could be together?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Agent Hart, when we look at this slide, is it a continuation from the last several slides?
Yes,
And it's still on August 11th of 2019.
that's correct.
What about these messages stood out to you?
This demonstrates Lori Vallow's impatience for this plan that I've testified to previously about the life they want to live, where they want to live it, and their plans to be together and conduct missions together. And so Lori wants that to happen. And that can't happen while Tammy Daybell is still married to Chad Daybell.
And again, to remind the jurors, in these messages, did you ever see any indication that Chad was intending to divorce Tammy?
Never.
Did you ever see any indication that Chad was intending to separate from Tammy?
No.
If we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read it.
Chad says, "You are right. Put me aside until things change. Yes, the pain is unbearable." Lori says, "Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for doing so?" Chad says, "Absolutely not. I'm so upset at the circumstances that I am demanding they protect you more than ever." I think my 21-year-old would actually have, he does have a lot more maturity than this. My 9-year-old has more maturity than this.
And again, Agent Hart, this is a continuation from the previous slides. Is that correct?
It is.
What about these particular messages stood out to you?
Previously, on August 8th of 2019, when this conflict about Chad Daybell's family vacation came up, we saw the text message about Grandpa Keith and that the Angels were angry that Lori Vallow was ignoring Chad Daybell. The line of this text is a reference to that exchange that occurred 3 days previously, where Lori Vallow is now asking Chad Daybell, "Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for putting Chad Daybell aside?" And his response is, "Absolutely not. I'm so upset at the circumstances. I'm demanding they protect you more than ever." So this was a tie back to the August 8th conversation with Chad Daybell.
And again, an indication that Chad Daybell can provide some form of protection.
Correct.
And moving to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Lori says, "I'm so alone without you. It is devastating." Chad says, "I feel so alone too. We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles. I'm so sick of it." Lori says, "Me too. What is it that you really want?" Chad says, "I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down."
And Agent Hart, is this also a continuation from the previous slides?
Correct. This is the final slide for this text string.
And with this one, if we break it down a little bit, looking specifically at that second text from Chad to Lori, are there certain things in that text that stood out to you?
Absolutely.
What were those?
The first is, it's mainly the second sentence. "We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles."
Do you know what the reference to celestial relatives would be in relation to? Or actually, let me back up. Through your investigation, did you learn or determine what celestial relatives would be referencing?
Yes.
What did you learn that to be?
The word celestial derives from the LDS faith. It is the lowest level or degree of glory or heaven. And then there are levels above that. So it's a reference to the lowest level of heaven as it's perceived.
And the specific word next to that is relatives.
Yes.
And these celestial relatives are being described as simply obstacles.
Correct.
And then what did Chad say regarding that? What's that next sentence, if you could read it into the record?
"I'm so sick of it!" Exclamation point.
And there's a response from Lori, but then looking down to the last message from Chad back to Lori, anything about that one that stood out to you?
There's a couple of things that stood out in that last sentence. Yes.
And could we go through those one by one?
Yes.
What is the first one?
Chad Daybell states very clearly what his greatest desire is. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream.
Again, during this time, Tammy Daybell's still alive.
She is.
What else about this message stood out to you?
The last sentence is telling in my mind. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
Your Honor, I have no additional questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Counsel, in reference to cross-examination and potential exhibit, I wanted to update counsel on that outside the presence of the jurors. So let's take a brief sidebar at this moment.
Okay, sidebar. So this is interesting because you have two manipulations. You have Lori manipulating, Chad manipulating. And Chad manipulates with the powers that be, right? That, oh, all of a sudden your house isn't protected, you're not protected. You know, I'm being told. He did this to Tammy as well. He said to Tammy, well, I felt like you need to go visit your parents. I feel like Grandma Lucille told me that you need to go and stop playing Frontierville, and you need to do that. And then, but you have Lori doing it in a different way. Fine, go to your wife. I don't care. Go do what you need to do. And you know what that happens. He's going to be like a little puppy dog right back, right? So she's manipulating that way, and he's manipulating like you're not going to be protected. She calls him on. It's like, oh, what? So now I'm not going to be protected? They're having this teenage fight. And it's ridiculous. He's a great, Agent Hart's great on the stand too. I see somebody saying, I love the way he reads these. He's great. Hormones unite. Oh, yeah, it is very Twilightish. So, but there was a couple of interesting text exchanges with that. They are definitely both master manipulators. It's so interesting to see Chad's pattern. And we know Lori's pattern, but it's interesting to see Chad's. Because for Chad, right, he feels desperate in those moments. So he has to use something outside of himself in order to feel more worthy about it. So like, no, I got the power, and the power says that I have seen that your house is not protected and you're going to need a knight shining armor. And I happen to know all those things. This is definitely live on Monday morning. Barbie says we're about to get on the merry-go-round with JP. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. If you guys have a moment, please hit the like button for me. Please share if you want to have some people come in and join and chat. So far, Agent Hart is on the stand. We heard from him also Friday. He's reading through, I'm reading through the text messages, but he's amazing and he highlights the perfect parts along with Lindsay. Chad and John are both wearing red ties this morning. I would love Nate Eaton to be on here. I would love him to be on. And Justin Lum as well. Yeah, I'm taking one for the team by reading it this morning, you guys, so early. I'm reading these disgusting texts. Okay, okay, right, okay. Okay. Yeah, we did not hear this scientific phenomenon yet, but perhaps that is coming. Well, I'm glad it's helpful, and I'm glad I didn't eat yet. Is Nate on vacation this week? Oh my gosh. How could he be on vacation right now? He deserves it. I'm taking a vacation after this. I'm going to take a week, and I'm going to go rejuvenate and recharge. Where's a good place to go for a retreat? I'm going to need it. You guys want to come? I couldn't do this on my own. You guys are helping make me get through this as well. Helping get through this. Oh, good. His buddy got married overseas. That's awesome. In the Caribbean. Good for him. That's amazing. Pearls makes a good point. If they communicated through the portal, why did they have to write all these messages? Well, I guess sometimes the portal was some special other things going on. Yes, we're at a sidebar right now. I've never been to Costa Rica, and I would like to go to Costa Rica. Okay. 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 Oh, we got to hear. This is going to be interesting because now we're going to hear from John having to go up and talk to Agent Hart. Okay. Okay.
All right, we're back on the record after a sidebar with council. It's a little earlier than we would normally do this, but what we're going to do is take our mid-morning break at this time in order to get some exhibits properly before the jury, before cross-examination, which will take a few moments. So we'll use that time to allow the jurors to take a break. I'll go on the record with council before we bring the jurors back in at the end of the break to make any other additional evidentiary rulings that would occur outside the presence of the jurors. And then once we've concluded that, we should have the morning set up for continued cross-examination and evidence until we get to lunch. So with that in mind, let's take our mid-morning break at this time.
All right, man.
I got a good screenshot of Dumb and Dumber. Hang on, guys. I want to get some good murderous shots.
All right, council, just let me know when you want to conclude the break when we have these exhibits ready.
Okay, let me just get the little banner up here. There we go. Okay, so we had Agent Hart on the stand. He was the one who was on the stand on Friday. They went through some text messages of between Lori and Chad. Lori's having a hissy fit at Chad. Chad's having a hissy fit at Lori. Lori ignored him for an entire day. Chad says he's heartbroken. Then he manipulates and says, you know, I have it on good authority, basically, that that your house is not protected and blah, blah, blah. And then Lori's saying, oh, well, go be with your wife then. Go be with them. I mean it. Blah, blah, blah. They do a bunch of love yous. And here we are. And meanwhile, Linda from It's a Crime throws up a little bit in her mouth while she has to read this. But thankfully, no loin fire. So we're okay. And Lydia's come for my Jackie says, is Fabio on the cover of James and Elena's story? I see light breeze wafting through James' manly locks as he stares deeply into his hot blonde loaded beauty's eyes. Fabio. Chad wishes he was Fabio. Oh, Chad. Oh, yes. And if you joined us too and you want to see the John Mado text or emoji, put that in there. And it's quite fitting because I made John Mado to have a red tie and they both wore red today. I think that was Charles's doing. Oh, Shelby, that's so sweet. Can we send anything for your friend who lost her daughter? Is there anything we can do? You know what? Just send love. Just send love her way. It ended up being unexpected. I explained to you guys on Friday before I went to the funeral. It's crazy because her daughter had fires. So she basically at 3 years old got 3 or 4. She had a fever. And then the fever didn't stop, and then she started getting epileptic seizures. So this is called Fires syndrome, and it's terrible. And so she's been in and out of the hospital. In the last couple of months, she was in the hospital. And then what happened, and I didn't know exactly what happened, like how did she die? But it ended up being crazy of all things. She got an infection, and then she was given some sort of antibiotic, and she had a reaction to it, and then that's it. So it was very sudden. But thank you, Shelby. That's very sweet. I have not read Melanie Gibbs' book or Chad's. I refused to buy Chad's books, and people always talked about sending me his books so I didn't have to buy them because I don't want to support him, obviously, but I've never read it. Scout says, hi. Hi, chat. Love the new emoji. Awesome. Try John Mado as well. He's a new one. A Chabio. Maybe he will evolve. Maybe he will evolve into a Chabio Fabio. That's funny. Yeah, that was her only child, and I thought about it because of our ages, where she's a year younger than I am. And then I thought about, oh no, we're at that age where we can't really have children anymore. So anyway. Yeah, we are on an early break. It's normally around 10 o'clock, but they had to figure out some evidence stuff. So maybe I just adopt the I could put long Yeah, maybe I'll just put the Chad Tato and then have him with long hair, like Fabio hair. Thanks, Marilyn. Chubbio. Well, now some of you, I don't know how old everyone is here in the chat, but some of you might not know who Fabio is. So let me just show you Fabio, and he's usually on books, okay? Let me show you a young version of Fabio. And he's usually on like the okay, this is good. And it's actually called Rogue on this one. So okay. There's Fabio. Okay. He's usually on romantic novel type. I just shake my head, okay? Let's see if I can find you another good one. Because some people don't know the days of Fabio. If you guys are younger, you might not know Fabio. So let's just do another. Yes, I mean, I appreciate the musculature of Fabio. Okay, here's the Fabio I remember as well. Okay, there's Fabio. So we just have to put some really nice hair on the potato. And that's Fabio. Now he is now, get this, Fabio is 65 years old. That to me is nuts. He was in a butter commercial. I forgot about that. He was in a butter commercial. Frankie says, good morning. Good morning. As far as the flights go, do you know if we could purchase a ticket for you in US and you fly out from Canada to save the money? Is that allowed? I don't think so. No, I would still have to do that. But maybe sometimes WestJet has a sale in Canada. Maybe they have a sale and I can go down. Worst case, if it's ridiculous to fly in Chads, then perhaps I can go to Arizona to Lori's. And because it's further out, maybe I can secure, but we don't know if Lori's is coming either. So we'll find it. But thank you so much. That's it. Harlequin romance novels. I could remember that. Crystal. I can't believe it's not butter commercial. Well, there's a lot of people who know who Fabio is, so here we go. Fabio. We gotta laugh because you guys, I mean, now just think of it. Okay, let's get serious for a moment. Okay. Let's say you're Chad's children or Colby, Lori's only child left, and you are listening to this garbage in trial. And you see the manipulation, the dysfunction, all of that, lack of integrity, let's just put it at the very least. And some of the children, of Chad's children, might see through it, maybe some might not. But it's enlightening, let's just say, of their greed, their lust, their no obstacle is too big to get to each other. And then you have the jury. Let's talk about the jury listening to this. And the jury's going, what is going on? And they're seeing, now they're flashing back. Don't forget, they're flashing back to what they just saw a week or two ago with Tylee's remains and JJ's remains and having to see those pictures, right? And now they're seeing these two acting like children, and they're going, they don't give two giant Fs. They don't. Charles is dead at this point. Lori's messaging in August. Now, when these texts were done in beginning of August, that was right around the time that she went and grabbed JJ's dog and went, yeah, no, I'm going to sell it. I don't need it anymore. Took JJ out of school. They moved to Rexburg 2 weeks later. 3 weeks later, took JJ out and went to Rexburg. So what did Chad confirm with Lori for her to move? Don't worry, I'll kill my wife. And then you can come. It'll happen sooner than later, which he did say. I feel like he said if he feels like it's about to happen, but still. No, I haven't seen that. Would you be able to send that to me? At it'sacrimeandashame@gmail.com. I would really appreciate that if you could. I'd love to see it. I do have a Lori emoji. Raisin in a bikini. I do have one of Lori. You guys can put, I think it was her mugshot, I think. Yeah, they're Lolo. Lori should be a Fruit Loop with bad hair and lipstick. I did do the clown. There was a clown one. I think that I think just the regular clown emoji I used to do, or clown and a lipstick one. I used to answer a lot of people's comments about. Yeah, Lori needs an updated one. Okay, we could do that. She'll be ready for her trial. Raisins of our mother. It's her smug shot. I love you guys have the best humor. Very sharp. You guys need to help with the titles of my videos. You guys would be amazing. Let's see if I got an email. I'll see, I'll pull it up. Not yet. Um, Nate said that his teammates at East Idaho News will cover the trial for him while he and his wife are at the wedding, and he plans on jumping in when he can. I hope they have a wonderful time. Me too. He deserves it. Okay, so if you have just been if you just joined first, thank you for being here. Second, please give the thumbs up and share. Sharing would be very, very caring. We had Agent Hart on the stand. Lindsay Blake was talking to him about text messages between Chad and Lori. Chad and Lori were having a fight of some sort, and Lori's saying, go be with your wife. And Chad's going, oh, woe is me. Like, I miss you. I want to be with you. I don't know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying, you're not protected. And she's manipulating him back, doing some other things as well. So it's a giant, let's see. Oh, and we saw Lori with a yellow bathing suit on. And maybe that's why Chad's wearing yellow. Here's the manipulating one. Chad to Lori. Grandpa Keith is here. I'm supposed to warn you that you are unprotected. The angels are angry that you are ignoring me. I told him to go back, but he says he isn't allowed to. I'm honestly not trying to manipulate you to respond. Yes, you are. And you know it. I understand that you need your space, but they say you have cut me off and the protection I built around your house is gone. I love you and don't want you getting attacked. They said that if you at least give me, I don't know what the emoji is, it will restore our connection enough to give some protection. And Lori says back, I love you. And Chad says, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. And yeah, it is cringe. And then there's some, here's one. Lori sends a bathing suit picture to Chad. Surprises are waiting with a fire emoji. Oh, good God. Oh yes, what are we at right now for the likes? Can we get to 144, 1.44 just to in the realm of the 144? Dawn says, I hate, my siblings read his books. They hate that I make fun of them for it. I know, I'm trying to have breakfast still. Should have spent more time restoring protection over Tammy if he knew she was going to die. I know. Let's see what else, if I could pull another one. I think I screenshotted only a few. There was a good couple ones that you could pull some really good information, like how much more of this can I take? He can't take it so anymore. He feels trapped. And Lori says to him, "Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for doing so?" Okay, let's see. Emma's photo. Oh. She literally looks like it's kind of, yeah. That's a little weird. Okay, let me see if I can pull that in. It's unexpected. Let's just say she looks unexpected. It's unexpected. Look. It's kind of Elsa-like too from Frozen. It's just uploading. Leave that up there for a sec. What do you guys think? She does look different for sure. Groin fire. Yeah, I don't know. And I wonder what Chad's kids do feel now, because a couple years ago, I did a recap video on the 48 hours special, and they thought that Chad was framed. And I did that video 3 months after Chad was arrested. And so they just were like, this has to be all Lori. Like, I don't know. There was one of them, one son that was like, I don't know, like there's some weird stuff going on. But for the most part, Emma's the one who I would say talked for everybody. For the most part, the others did talk in that video, but it was Emma who mostly led it. Let's see if I can find you guys. I'll find you that video. Some have seen it, some have not. And there was a video I wanted to show you as well, but I can't remember which one. It was an older one that I thought, okay, you guys might want to see it, and you might not have seen it in a while, but I got to remember what it was. Here, I'll put this one. This is the one with the children. Imagine the years of manipulation for those kids from Chad and Tammy. Like, I know he manipulated. We know they manipulated. Chad manipulated those around him to do what he wants. And same with Lori. We know that, but loin fire of the traveling pants. Oh. Yeah, in the cop car that last week I believe it was. We saw Chad in the back of the cop car talking to Emma. Yeah, that's a good point. It might be possible that Chad told his children that he was wrong to have an affair, and please forgive me, but I didn't kill the children, and they believe him, and that's why they support him. Well, in that special, Emma actually, the link that I just provided there, Emma was saying that, you know what? My dad made a social faux pas, is kind of what she said about him having an affair. So it wasn't like my dad had a disgusting affair. How could he? It was like, well, my dad, made a social faux pas and he shouldn't have done that. But and that was in that special. And then said it was all Lori, but it's not. The 800th like. Thank you very much, Cheryl, for liking it. 1,674 people and 800 likes. Let's pump that up. Pump it up. Please and thank you. Yeah. Chad manipulates a lot, and so those children would be in that manipulation as well. Now, they're old enough to hopefully reflect and go, wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. And all these things aren't adding up. There's some weird things going on. And now I'm hearing all the evidence, and some will say, I still love my dad anyways. And some will be like, no. They should be back in, I'm thinking pretty quick here. Any minute, they should be back. Yes, it was a mutual plan, in my opinion. Kira says, too much self-snitching on text for him to get out of it. Yeah, there's a couple things. And even when he was in that cop car. And so yeah, there's just a lot going on with that. And then I was thinking about when Melanie Gibb was on the stand, and how there was a perfect part actually where John was asking Melanie some things, and she's like, no, Chad was there. He's like, oh, he was? Yeah, Chad was there that day. And then you think, well, what is he telling Tammy after church? Oh, well, I'll be right back. I got to go right at BYU. Chad's the one who wrote the rubric. Chad's the one who brought that idea of in the rubric with the light and the dark, and then the zombies, and then they named them. And those were obstacles for Chad. And they were obstacles for Lori. Lori says,
Thank you.
like
Please be seated.
And this person, Chad goes, don't worry, we'll take care of it. If you just
All right, we're back on the record. without the jurors present at this time, take up the matter of some exhibits. The issue being that one of the exhibits needed a redaction and other exhibits had some editorial type commentary on them that the court ruled would not be permitted as part of the exhibits. So those were also altered. And so let's just start with the state's exhibit 183. That was on Friday. And it was noted when we stopped for the day that there was some personal identifier information that needed to be redacted. That was redacted and the information was not published to the jury. But in terms of marking or tracking the redacted exhibit, what does the state suggest in terms of a new replacement exhibit or just noting on the record a redaction on the admitted exhibit?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would request that we just note that the redaction was made. The state actually never ended up submitting the original 183 because that was caught prior to us finishing with that PowerPoint presentation. So I talked to Madam Clerk and let her know that we were going to go ahead and get it modified. So the exhibit that's actually been entered into the record is the 183 with the redaction. So I think if we could just make a clear record that it's been admitted with the redaction versus the 183 that was previously admitted that wouldn't have had the redaction, if that makes sense, that may be the easiest way to do it. And the jump drive submitted to the court does have that correction.
Okay. From the defense, any objection to handling the exhibit that way?
No, Judge, and the state provided me all of the redactions, so that's acceptable.
Okay, so I'll put that on the record then. Exhibit 183 now admitted and what was published and what will be provided to the jurors has the redacted personal identifier information from those screenshots on insurance applications or forms. So that will resolve 183. On Exhibit 6, that was previously admitted and the commentary, which was not part of the content of the exhibit other than labeling of certain parts of the exhibit, has been removed from those exhibits. I guess I'm looking for how the parties wish to handle that Exhibit 6, and it's also going to be Exhibit 7 also, defense Exhibit 6 and 7. Do we want to strike from the record those already admitted exhibits and admit substitute exhibits? Mr. Pryor, what's your suggestion on that?
Judge, I've prepared substitute exhibits, so I would move to strike those three and judge it 6, 7, and 32, which are all by stipulation. I've prepared substitute exhibits. I've had given the state the opportunity to review those in their entirety. So I have 6, 7, and 32. So I would move to strike 6 and 7. I'll substitute 6 in and 7 in with the additional one and then move for 32 as well.
I think 32, we're looking at our records. I don't know that that one was yet admitted.
I don't think so, Judge, but I may have referenced it, but I don't think I admitted it at this point.
Okay, well, if 32 is not yet admitted, then we don't have an issue there. What will be admitted will have the proper labeling. On 6 and 7, I guess my suggestion is going to be we would strike them and maybe relabel the new submitted ones since exhibits were already admitted and call them 6A and 6B. Is there any objection to us giving them a new designated name, or do you think it's more clear to just note the changes on the exhibits after admission?
Your Honor, from the state's perspective, I believe that both 6 and 7 have multiple subparts that are labeled within the discs as 6A, 6B, and subsequent, and I think 7's the same. So because of that, I'm not sure if labeling them 6A and 7A I think it may create some confusion for the record. So I don't know if we could simply strike the other ones and just resubmit them as 6 and 7, but
Okay.
we'll leave it to the court's discretion.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So that makes more sense to me also then. So just to be clear on the record, 6 and 7 were previously admitted. They were not yet published to the jurors. They were altered in that the descriptive language within those exhibits has been removed, so the contents are the same, the descriptions are not there any longer. So 6 and 7, as originally submitted, are removed from the record, and these 6 and 7 exhibits will come in now with the proper identifiers and just simply replace what was admitted. So we'll watch for that as things move along, council. I think there's a few other exhibits that are going to require the same treatment that have maybe not yet been admitted, and my staff attorney will assist in identifying those along the way if council hasn't. So I think with that, then we're ready to proceed with those evidentiary issues resolved. Anything further before we move on to cross from the state?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, just that if I could have the original 6 and 7 that were struck and have them returned to me, I would appreciate it, Judge.
Okay, if we do have those, we'll get those out of our court records back to defense counsel, and then we will make a diligent effort before deliberations that whatever of these digital files go in for deliberations are only the correct exhibits that were admitted during trial. So with that, we're ready to bring the jurors back in. Let's have them return, and we'll commence with the defense cross of the witness.
Okay, so while we're waiting on the jury, it's John Pryor's turn. So buckle up.
All right, great.
He's going to have to get a little bit angrier because he's going to get a little bit angrier because of the damning texts. So this should be interesting. I can't wait to see what Agent Hart does.
Who's on for the counter for you, Your Honor?
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we've returned from our mid-morning break. We've sorted out the evidentiary issues we had on the record outside the jury's presence. Jury's returned at this time. Agent Hart remains on the stand, still under oath for testimony. The state concluded direct, so at this time, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to conduct cross-examination, you can do so.
And permission to approach the podium, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Hart.
Morning.
Now, would you prefer I refer to you as agent? You're retired FBI agent, is that right?
I am retired. That's correct.
Is it your preference to be called chief deputy, or would you prefer agent?
Agent's a little less of a mouthful, so that's fine.
And then I'll take your suggestion and refer to you as agent, if that's okay. As part of your investigation, you went over thousands of messages. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Tens of thousands of messages?
Yes.
Okay. Significant amount.
Correct.
And you put together a summary of what you thought were relevant messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about who some of these messages were sent to, who received some of these messages. Obviously, you spoke in great detail about messages from Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow.
Yes.
Melanie Gibb.
No, Melanie Boudreau.
Well, did you ever have any that you reviewed from Melanie Gibb?
There are messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb in the iCloud that I have reviewed, yes,
Okay, so there were messages that were involved with Melanie Gibb as well, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did any of these folks use other names in just in speaking with themselves, talking, referring to others?
Can you clarify, do you mean that
So,
names other than
nicknames.
themselves?
Nicknames. Lori Vallow use any nicknames?
Yes,
What nicknames did Lori Vallow use?
for others or for herself?
For herself and when others responded to her?
She would be called Lolo. She would be called Lily. Chad Daybell referred to her as Elena. And then there were numerous nicknames for her contacts that she had within the iCloud.
Okay, and then as far as Melanie Gibb, do you recall the nickname that Melanie Gibb used?
For herself?
For herself, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
If I mention the word Phoebe, does that ring a bell?
Phoebe rings a bell, but I couldn't say definitively that that's associated with Melanie Gibb.
Okay. And if I were to show you a text message that referenced Phoebe to Lori Vallow, would that refresh your recollection?
It may.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Other nicknames, other people, Alex Cox, did he have any nicknames?
Al was the most common one,
Okay. Melanie Boudreau?
mostly Mel.
Okay. Anybody else you can think of?
Lori Vallow referred to Chad Daybell frequently as Bubby, Bubby.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I would classify as nicknames. There were several occasions where others were assigned names by Chad Daybell, but I
Okay.
wouldn't call those nicknames.
Okay, now if I could have Elmo put up, Madam Clerk.
What are we going to put on the Elmo?
Judge, I'm going to ask the officer to go back to
Referencing 183.
183, Judge.
183 has been admitted, so, and Mr. Pryor's mentioned before, there's a light and zoom feature on that Elmo for clarity. And there's a light there as well somewhere. There's a light switch that gets rid of the shadow. There you go. Thank you.
Wouldn't make it without any help, Judge, I promise you. So I want to start towards the end of what we talked about. And you talked about your analysis of this particular discussion or chain of text messages. And this is from the Lolly time at iCloud, Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
And the last line, I want you to read 824 again for me.
Of course. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
And you interpreted this in what way?
I don't believe I interpreted it at all during my testimony. I read it into the record on direct.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit curious. I want to be with you. That's Chad responding that he wants to be with Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
It's my greatest hope and dream. He wants to have a relationship with her, right?
Yes, I mean, they've been in a 10-month relationship at this point, but I think he
Okay.
wants that relationship to be overtly known to everyone.
Okay. And you said a 10-month relationship. So 8/11 of 2019. I go back 10 months and that puts me right to October 31st, give or take a few days. So is it your testimony? You said 10 months. Is it your testimony that that relationship started immediately on October 31st, the first time they met?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So they were in a physical relationship from the first time they met?
No, I testified that their physical relationship began the second time they met in person, which would have been November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And your interpretation of what that physical relationship in 2 weeks later was what? What type of physical relationship they have 2 weeks later?
Chad Daybell wrote about it in great detail. They were kissing, fondling each other, in bed with each other, taking each other's clothes off.
Okay. And that, are you referring to the Jack and the Elena story? Is that what you're referring to?
James and
James and
Elena.
Elena, I'm sorry, I
Yes.
said Jack. James and Elena, excuse me. You're talking about the James and Elena story, right?
Correct.
And you know what Chad Daybell does for a living, right?
I do.
He's an author.
Yes.
He writes books about experiences that people have, whether religious or otherwise, right?
Yes.
And with every author, there's a little bit of exaggeration or um, artistic creativity whenever you're writing books. Would you agree with me?
If it's nonfiction, I would agree with you.
Okay. And you also know that this James and Elena was really a book in the making by Chad Daybell about his relationship with Lori Vallow, right?
I wasn't aware that it's a book in the making. No.
Okay. So this was just him taking doing a literary exercise, just writing about his relationship with Lori Vallow, not for the purpose of doing anything with it, just writing about this and making notes using different names, right?
I believe it's a truthful and accurate story.
Okay. Okay. A truthful and accurate story that you're putting down in writing about a relationship you're having with a woman, right?
Yes,
With some artistic creativity applied to it, correct?
I'll agree.
Okay. Now, did you, as part of your investigation, go back and look at some of Chad Daybell's writings?
We had someone in the investigative group do that. I've had some limited exposure to Chad Daybell's other writings, but I was not the individual who did an extensive analysis of those.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell made a habit of at least vaguely touching on some of his personal experiences when he wrote books?
It's my understanding that a couple of his books were about his prior experiences in his
Right.
life.
And one of his books was about his daughter Emma. In fact, the very book mentions the name Emma in the book, doesn't it not?
I couldn't tell you the title of the book, but I believe that's correct.
So it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for him, given his past about writing about his past experiences, to put together a book or a novel about a relationship he was having with Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. I think the James and Elena story is about his relationship with Lori Vallow.
And it wouldn't be unusual, like in his other books, to maybe provide some artistic creativity as far as the facts are concerned, right?
It would depend on which facts you're talking about.
So what you're saying to me is that if the facts are helpful to the prosecuting attorney, he's not making it up.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, move to strike.
Sustain.
You don't know which facts are creative in this story that he was writing Lori Vallow, do you?
I know that we were able to vet and verify an extensive number of facts from that story.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you whether the explicit sexual detail is accurate or not, but the
Okay.
other elements are accurate.
Okay. So when we go back to this lolly time that's up on the board here and showing us, the last line is, I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. You see that line?
I do.
Okay. And you said you didn't offer any explanation as to what that meant.
On direct, I did not.
Okay. And that was on August 11th of 2019.
That's correct.
And it talks about heaven would strike us down
It
in
does.
regards to the relationship.
Say again.
Well, it's in regards to the relationship because I will happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. That's what that says, isn't it?
It does.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with murder, does it?
I don't know that I could say entirely that it doesn't.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with the fact that maybe Mr. Daybell felt he couldn't divorce his wife Tammy?
I don't know whether that's what that's in reference to or not.
Could it have anything to do with the possibility that Chad Daybell, as this so-called visionary who gets these premonitions, wouldn't leave his wife Tammy until his premonition came true that she would pass away?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence or the prior testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer that, officer.
Again, I don't know what was in Chad Daybell's mind as it relates to why heaven would strike him down if he joined Lori Vallow at that point.
Tens of thousands of text messages, right?
Yes.
I didn't see in any of these, and if you have them in the other 10,000 that you went through, show me the one that says, hey, this is Chad. Let's kill the kids.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and tries to put evidence not in fact,
Overruled.
facts not in evidence.
Well, it's question on cross. It's overruled.
Show me the text. It says, let's kill the kids.
Well, that is argumentative, Mr. Pryor. If you want to ask if there's a text, that would be different.
Is there a text that says, let's kill the kids?
There are several texts that talk in detail about the deaths of those two children. Yes.
Oh, well, in detail about the deaths and what happened during their deaths, right? Not let's kill the kids, are there?
Wait a minute. What do you mean what happened during their?
What I'm saying is that there's references to Tylee and JJ throughout text messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But there is not a text message that says, let's kill the kids, is there?
There are text message in those specific words. No, but certainly alluding to and planning for the deaths of Tylee and JJ. Yes.
Okay. And what in reference to how they're planning to kill the kids, why don't you talk to me a little bit about that? What exactly did you come across that says, let's plan on killing the kids?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony and it's argumentative.
That is sustained.
You just made reference to the fact that there are text messages that talk about the planning of killing these kids, right?
Correct.
What text messages are you referring to?
There are several text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that refer to a plan to take the children and Chad Daybell's ability as a supposed visionary to understand when that might happen.
Okay. Okay. So there's no specific text message that talks about we're going to kill the kids and live happily ever after, is there?
I would disagree. Contextually, I think that's the meaning of those texts.
Okay. So in other words, you're interpreting those texts how you think they should be understood, right?
Well, those texts talk about the deaths, using the word death of Tylee and JJ. It talks about their death percentage, and both Tylee and JJ ended up being murdered. So if that's context, then that's the conclusion I draw, yes.
Okay. So what you're referring to are the text message where a numeric number was assigned to particular children about death percentages, correct?
Assigned by Chad Daybell, yes.
Right. Now, we talked a little earlier, and that's why I'm leading into this with you. And you could probably help me a little bit. My recollection is you were talking something about Allie Bloomer, right?
Yes, that's the second slide.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's actually the third slide, isn't it?
Oh.
Can you go to the third one? You threw me off, right?
It starts on the second slide and then it continues to the third slide.
So you talked about the fact that because Chad Daybell put a numeric number on the children, that was the reason they were killed, right?
No, I wouldn't state it that way, that was the reason they were killed.
Okay. That supported your theory that they were killed because they were put a dark number on them, right?
I believe the dark number provided the justification for
Okay.
them to carry out those acts.
Okay. Okay, so when we go down to line 3000, would you read that one for me, the first two sentences?
Yes. Allie Bloomer is 4.1 dark. Her cop husband is 3 dark.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, are Allie Bloomer and her husband dead?
To my knowledge, they are not.
Okay. So when you assign a number dark, explain this. I mean, you probably know better than I do. Is this something that's part of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there a reference in the LDS faith to light and dark?
Light and dark. Yes, there's reference throughout the Bible and the LDS faith to light and dark.
So if there was previous testimony by someone who suggested that light and dark is not part of the LDS faith, they're either mistaken or they're not being truthful. Would that be fair?
I don't think light and dark as assigned by Chad Daybell is part of the LDS faith.
That's not what I asked you, sir, and I appreciate you answering that way. What I asked you is that there is light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
It's overruled. There's a light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Yes,
Okay, so what we're talking about is that there's a numeric system here. Is that what you're telling me? That Mr. Daybell's using?
there is a numeric system that Mr. Daybell is using.
Okay, and you've never seen this with anybody else ever putting in a numeric system on light and dark, correct?
I have not.
Okay. Okay. And Allie Bloomer and her cop husband are not dead, right? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they are not.
So do you know how this dark numbering system works? Is high good or is low good, or how does that work on the dark spectrum?
From what I've been able to decipher based on my participation in the investigation, the higher the number, the worse it is.
Okay. So if you're a 1 dark, that you're better off being a 1 dark than you are being a 4 dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Judge, could I have exhibits 6 and 7?
Yes, I'll have the bailiff bring those over.
And if you could just bear with me. While I'm waiting this to warm up a little bit, we'll move on and talk about a couple of other topics while I'm. It talked about manipulation, right? From both Chad and Lori.
Yes.
Now,
Mr. Pryor, just on the exhibit you've got continually being published there, if you're done with that, would you remove it from being published?
now your testimony is that you felt that Chad was using his religious knowledge or beliefs to manipulate Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he was suggesting that because he has so much insight that he's with these religious insights that he's able to convince Lori Vallow to stay with him because he has religious insight. Is that correct?
He was looked to as the visionary for this small group, and in that capacity, yes, used that to keep Lori Vallow in a relationship with him.
And the small group you're talking about, who did you discover was in this small group?
The inner circle is really a trio of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
Anybody else?
That's what I would refer to as the inner circle. There were others that were more peripheral.
Okay. And when you say more peripheral, shared some of the same religious views that Chad Daybell has.
Yes, I would describe them as adherents to Chad Daybell's doctrines.
How many of those do you talk about that are peripheral people that were adhering to it?
Six to 10.
Would would Melanie Gibb be included in that group?
Yes.
David Warwick?
Yes.
Zuluma Pastenes?
Yes.
Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
So this wasn't a large group of people then.
No, Chad Daybell spoke at a lot of conferences and those were larger, but I don't, I can't speak to how his message was received by those people.
And when you say Chad Daybell spoke at these conferences, you touched on it a little before that maybe Lori Vallow wasn't believing everything that Chad was saying about this religious stuff, right?
No, I don't believe I said that. I do believe she believed pretty
Okay.
much everything that Chad Daybell said.
Okay. And maybe what you testified to is that you questioned the accuracy of it in one of the text messages that you put up on the board. Do you recall saying something about that? No?
I don't, if you can direct me to this particular message.
So Chad Daybell started writing these books well before she ever met Lori Vallow. He met Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And he wrote these books about his experiences and about his theories and interpretation of what he felt was the teachings of the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Introduces facts, not an evidence. I believe counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Well, he wrote a lot of books about religious issues, correct?
Yes, I think most of his books had to do with kind of an end of times theme.
And he would go on these various, go to various places and speak about his books and try to sell books.
Correct.
This was sort of a way to market or to make a living by talking about various religious feelings about religion, and then he'd go on and speak to people, and then in the meantime try to make a living or try to make money selling these books to people, right?
Yes.
And the predominant audience that he would go to, these encampments, these gatherings, these various locales, for the most part, they were centered around Utah, correct?
No, I mostly, well, St. George, Mesa, there was one in Boise.
Right.
So
Well-
the Intermountain West.
And you beat me to the punch because I was about to start with Utah, then say Arizona, then say Idaho. But you know, the predominant audience that these books were marketing to were people in Utah, Arizona, Idaho, correct?
That's where he spoke. Yes.
And they were predominantly marketed to people of the LDS faith, right?
I think so.
And they were marketed to the people who would want to go to these various seminars about preparing for the end of time, right?
Yes.
And these people weren't all members of a cult, were they?
Not to my knowledge.
And there were various audiences who would show up and listen to Chad Daybell talk and sell his books, right?
Yes.
So the fact that he has Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and David Warwick, who were friends of his, right?
Well, I think the relationship with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow was closer than what it was different than those other names that you mentioned and closer than friendship.
Right. But let's take, and we'll talk a little bit about the Alex Cox-Lori Vallow relationship, but let's, as far as the other were concerned, all of the emails and all of the text messages, that you talked about, they had a recurring theme. These people were friends, right?
Yes.
And these friends talked about religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
And these religious beliefs may not be what everybody else believes in, but they seem to have a consistent theme, and they were all consistent in believing whatever Lori, Chad, David, and Melanie were talking about. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So when you talk about a group, we're really talking about a group of friends who have some maybe not traditional beliefs, but have religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the text I put up there from Lori to Chad, and it's the one line 836. Oh, wait. Let me know when you're ready.
Mhm.
You all set?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you take that as being would you take that as being in somewhat of a sarcastic tone?
No, I think Lori was pushing Chad and was serious.
Okay. So you should give all of your love and your attention to your wife and family. That's what she's saying, right?
Yes.
I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. There's nothing sarcastic about that.
Well, if you look at Chad Daybell's reaction, which is that is so crushing and I feel so destroyed inside, I don't think he took it as being sarcastic.
Okay. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk, but we have nothing until things change. So she's basically drawing a line in the sand and saying, unless something changes, we have nothing to do with each other. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. So what she's doing is she's saying that unless something happens, either you divorce your wife or you kill your wife or your wife dies, you don't have me.
I agree.
Okay. And then Chad responds, I'm constantly begging for change below. You see that?
I do.
But I'm hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely. Okay. You see that?
I do.
The text following that, did any of them say, all right, I agree with you, Lori. Let's kill Tammy. You find any of those?
I found a number of texts talking about Tammy's death percentage in
Right.
subsequent conversations.
You're also aware that Chad Daybell, maybe you're not, but are you aware that since 2016, Chad Daybell had been talking to these public audiences about the fact that Tammy was going to have a very short life?
I was aware that he made those statements to particular individuals. I'm not aware that he spoke of that publicly, but yes, I know that he communicated that Tammy was going to die to a number of people.
Right. And these other individuals are friends and family of Chad Daybell, who are also friends and family of Tammy Daybell, correct?
That I don't know. I can tell you the ones that I do know that he spoke with
Okay,
and I'm not aware that they knew Tammy.
okay, okay. So it wasn't necessarily a secret that Chad was keeping with anybody since 2016, that he felt he had a premonition or a belief that his wife was going to have a short life, right?
There were certain people he communicated that to, correct?
And when I'm reading through the text messages and you went through your presentation, am I wrong when I'm reading these messages to read into this that Chad was waiting for Tammy to pass away and that was what the delay was, correct?
It could be that, or it could be waiting to take action.
Okay. So we don't know what it was, right?
From the investigation, I believe I know what it was.
Okay. Well, people differ in their opinions, right?
They do.
Yeah. And Judge, could we approach for just a minute?
Yes.
Best laid plans.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a thumb drive with a file in it. It may be a thumb drive that's having few issues because it wanted to pull files and then it didn't. So we'll see if it will.
And it's here. Judge, I got it.
Okay, all right. thank you.
Surprise. Magical words. You did it. And Judge, I'm going to try to publish off of Exhibit 7 an email from, I believe it was from the Lolly Time, previously admitted Exhibit number 7.
All right, once you have that pulled up on your screen, let us know and
Up,
then I'll,
Judge, I'm ready.
okay, I'll instruct the clerk this time to allow that to be published then.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned about Phoebe, was your recollection was that it was Melanie Gibb, is that correct?
I testified that I wasn't 100% certain of that, but I don't dispute that that's,
Okay. So at the top, this is a text message from Phoebe from the Lolly Time to Lori Vallow. Would you read the first line?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks. I love you so much. I'm going to teach right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark portals.
Okay, and then the one below that.
I could see the darkness so clearing last night when I was teaching last night. Their eyes were dark like marbles.
Okay, now the date of those messages was when?
July 25th of 2019.
Were you aware during your investigation where Melanie Gibb was teaching on that particular occasion?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You are aware that Melanie Gibb taught classes, variety of different things about vibrations and about light and dark, correct?
I wasn't aware that she taught classes. I know there was a podcast and group discussions and things like that.
Right. She would go to encampments or she would go to programs and be a speaker talking about a variety of religious topics, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when Melanie Gibb talks about dark portals, is that something she's talking about that's consistent with the LDS faith to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. When she's talking about eyes being like dark marbles, is that also something that's consistent with being of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay. And to avoid, and Judge, we can bring that down now. I'm done. But during your research, there were other individuals that talked about putting numeric numbers on people with dark and light, right?
There was one single instance in all of my review where Lori Vallow disputed a designation made by Chad Daybell. So that's the only other time I'm aware of anyone else putting those numbers on
Okay.
individuals.
Okay, and all I want to do is just have you confirm then for me. In the review of all of those 10,000 plus text messages, are you telling me that other than Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they were the only ones who talked about dark and light and put a numeric number on someone?
I am testifying that the only times I saw those numbers being generated, with the exception of one occasion, were all by Chad Daybell.
Okay, okay. And all of the people that were designated, well, so other than Chad Daybell, your testimony then is that nobody else put numeric numbers on people as it related to dark and light. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You brought up a subject about the process of sealing. Remember that in the very beginning of your testimony?
It's part of the James and Elena story, correct?
Right. But you also explained that what sealing is in your definition, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I understood sealing to be part of a marriage process when two couples of the LDS faith go into a temple and they perform a private ceremony. Is that what you understand it to be as well?
yes, when two people go to get married, correct?
Right. And that is a process in which, and I don't want to go into, we don't need to go into significant detail about this, but it's a religious symbolism to show that they have an intent of wanting to be together the rest of their life, right?
Correct,
And they're basically sealing themselves to each other in essence, right?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Has nothing to do with death or anything like that. It has everything to do with the celebration of the marriage ceremony, correct?
It's a marriage ordinance that's performed in LDS temples.
Okay, all right. Okay. And Judge, I'm going to stop there. That's all I have at this point, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude cross-examination of the witness. Redirect from the state.
Agent Hart, you were just asked about the sealing reference in one of those messages. Do you recall testifying about that before?
I do.
And you were asked specifically about it dealing with the marriage ceremony by Mr. Pryor, correct?
Yes,
And previously, did you testify that there are also sealings done for people that have passed away?
that's correct.
And when you referenced the James and Elena story, was that your understanding of what was being referenced at that time?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was that your understanding of what was being referenced in the James and Elena story?
Yes, the sealings being referred to in the James and Elena story are what they call proxy, meaning that genealogical research is done and that a man and a woman go in and based on historical records, if two people had been married, they then perform that marriage ceremony in their behalf. That the two people performing the ceremony aren't getting married. They're a stand-in for people based on genealogical research who are being sealed.
And at the time that was done, that was in the November of 2018.
November 16th of 2018.
And at that time, was Charles Vallow still alive?
No, he was not. Or excuse me, yes, he was. I'm sorry, I was thinking of 2019.
2019. So in November of 2018, Charles Vallow was still alive.
He was.
And in November of 2018, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And is part of the idea behind the sealing that you would be married for eternity?
Judge, leading question.
Sustain.
When we looked at those messages, if you recall, was the indication that Chad believed or was indicating he and Lori would be married eternally?
That's precisely what was stated in Chad's writing.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine where the teachings of light and dark originated as far as this particular group of individuals you were asked about?
They originated from Chad Daybell.
And you indicated Melanie Gibb was one of the individuals that would have received those teachings?
I believe so, yes.
You were asked some questions about levels and light and dark, and specifically in reference to Allie Bloomer. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Was Allie Bloomer a telestial relative of Chad or Lori?
not to my knowledge.
And we talked a little bit about that telestial relative, the meaning of that, and Mr. Pryor put that slide back up. You'd referenced that it is the lowest kingdom. Would that also be, would telestial refer here on earth?
Yes,
So the reference was the telestial relatives were obstacles.
correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn if Charles was ever deemed dark?
Charles Vallow,
Charles Vallow.
he was,
Did you ever learn whether Tylee Ryan was deemed dark?
she was.
Did you ever learn whether JJ Vallow was deemed dark?
He was deemed to have turned into a zombie,
Judge, unresponsive.
Overruled.
which is parallel to being dark, being inhibited by a dark entity.
And what about Tammy Daybell? Did you ever learn whether she was deemed dark?
Again, she was deemed to have been inhibited by a dark entity.
And based on your investigation and looking through these messages, who was the one that would determine if someone was light or dark?
Chad Daybell,
And of those 4 relatives that we talked about, are you aware of their current status?
all 4 are dead.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. I don't think we got outside the scope of cross there or direct, so won't permit recross for this witness. That will conclude the testimony of Agent Hart. Is he going to be recalled potentially by either side?
He is going to be recalled by the state, Your Honor.
And he's going to be called by the defense as well, Judge.
All right, Agent Hart, going forward, then you're still under the court's exclusionary order, which disallows you from watching this trial or discussing your testimony or anybody else's testimony before you return to testify. I'll question you about that when you retake the stand in the future. So please abide by that exclusionary order. And with that, you may go ahead and step down, and thank you for your. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. Yes, I'll have the bailiff retrieve that exhibit, please. And where we took our break already this morning, we'll intend to go forward till lunch. Does the state have another witness to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Sydney Woodbury Shank.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the court will note the witness has been placed under oath at this time, so I am going to inquire. This case has been live streamed and available for view by the public in general or anyone interested. So Ms. Woodbury Shank, have you watched this trial or observed any of the trial testimony since the trial began?
No,
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else your testimony, anyone that has testified in this case?
no.
All right. Thank you for your responses then, Mr. Wood. If you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, it's Sydney Shank, Schenk.
Ms. Shank, what state do you currently reside in?
I currently reside in Arizona.
Have you ever lived in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, in 2019, I lived in Rexburg, Idaho.
What were you doing there?
I was attending college at Brigham Young University, Idaho.
Were you working at the time?
I was not.
Were you looking for work?
Yes.
What kind of work were you looking for?
I, in the past, have nannied and babysat. I enjoy watching kids, so I went on a website called care.com, looking for a job opportunity to be a nanny.
Through care.com, did you ever meet a Lori Vallow?
Yes. So I posted a job listing that I wanted to nanny, and she replied to my listing, and we got in contact on the website, and then later messaged through text and set up a time for me to come meet her and her son JJ.
Where did you meet her?
I met them at her townhome in Rexburg.
And do you remember approximately when you met her?
Yeah, it was September 18th.
And through that conversation, did you learn if JJ had any special needs?
Yes. So she mentioned, yeah, he has autism and that he had difficulty focusing at times and had some behavioral difficulties at times. And yeah, that he needed extra help.
When you met with her, did she say anything about her husband?
She did. She mentioned as we got to know each other that they had just moved to Rexburg from Arizona and that her husband recently passed away from a heart attack and that JJ was kind of struggling to understand that.
Did she tell you anything else about JJ?
Not really that day, just yeah, that he had autism and some difficulties.
Did she speak with you at all about a daughter named Tylee?
She didn't mention her name, but she did say she had a daughter that was living in town, attending college, and that sometimes she would come to visit and do laundry or come home for dinner and sometimes would babysit, but that she didn't like babysitting without being paid. And so she wanted someone else to come in and help her.
And so, from your understanding, was this daughter living in a separate location than Lori Vallow?
From what I understood, yes.
And this was on September 18th of 2019.
Yes.
Did she hire you to watch JJ?
Yes. So we had discussed coming in the future and coming the next day. She needed to go to the airport to pick up a friend and she needed some help watching him just for a few hours. So I came the next day on the 8th or the 19th to watch JJ.
Did she, and approximately how many hours did you watch him that day?
I want to say 3 to 4 hours.
Did Lori say anything to you about JJ's medications?
She did. She, when I arrived, explained like what to feed him and some activities to do. And then also that if she got home later, that I could give him some medication to help him sleep.
So tell us about watching JJ. What do you remember about that experience?
I remember him playing with the neighbor kids the majority of the time, and it was going fine. He was a fun kid, and he eventually went over to the next door neighbor's house to play. And I fed him some dinner before he left. And eventually his mom was going to come home soon. So I went back and picked him up from the friend's house. And he seemed really upset and just sad. They had a little tiff about sharing toys or something. And he was pretty upset. And I tried to calm him down best I could, but he had some behavioral difficulties calming down and was getting a bit aggressive and angry.
Okay. Did you have any other contact with Lori Vallow that night?
I did. So she came home from the airport with her friend, and her brother was there, and she tried to help me calm down JJ. And just in the midst of kind of him freaking out, I just left and she paid me. Yeah,
Did you have any further communications with Lori Vallow?
I did. So a couple days later, I messaged her again, hoping to work again. This, from my understanding, was going to be a longer term job that I could work for her few times a week as she needed it. And asked when I could come back, and she said that JJ went with his grandparents for a month and that she was in Hawaii for a month, and that after that month had passed, I could reach out to her again to reschedule another time to babysit.
And did you ever try to do that?
I did. Yeah, I called her and texted her and never got a response back. From that point on, I didn't speak with her at all.
So you never heard from her again?
No,
Did Lori Vallow ever mention the name Chad Daybell to you?
no,
So you, through your contact with her, you never heard of a Chad Daybell?
no, never.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has for now.
All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
It's still morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Do you have a recollection of about what time Lori Vallow returned home?
I don't know for sure, but it was around dinner times, probably around 5 or 6 at night.
Okay, you mentioned that it was about 3 or 4 hours that you watched JJ, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you, and this was Thursday, right?
Yes.
And then what time did you arrive to start the babysitting?
I don't know for sure, but must have been 4 hours before that. So around maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I don't know for sure though.
And you mentioned that you fed JJ that day. You fed him dinner.
Yes, yeah.
Is it possible it was after dinner?
That what was after dinner?
When Lori Vallow returned?
Yes, yeah.
So you don't know about what time after dinner, though?
No, not for sure.
Okay. Okay. Now, before you started babysitting JJ that day, Lori warned you about some behavioral problems, right?
Yes, yeah.
Warned you how to distract him, do things to distract him, show him a show,
Yeah.
or keep him preoccupied because JJ suffered from a form of autism, from what I understand, correct? Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And when Lori left, did she leave with anybody?
Yes, she left with her brother.
Do you remember what his name was?
I believe it was Alex.
Okay. And do you know about what time they left?
I would guess around 1 o'clock. Shortly after I arrived, they left.
Okay. Okay. And they were going to pick up a friend on Thursday that day, correct?
Correct.
And do you know the name of that friend that they were going to pick up Thursday afternoon?
I did not.
Did you happen to see her when she arrived?
Yes.
Can you describe what color her hair was?
It was a long time ago.
Okay.
But from what I remember, I want to say blonde,
Okay.
but honestly, I don't remember for sure.
And a slender lady.
Yeah.
Did anybody mention the name Melanie by any chance?
I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
At some point later, did you find out who that other friend was?
No.
Okay. And you noted I read the officer's report about the interview with you. You noted that she came in and she didn't have any luggage with her.
Yeah, that's correct.
That struck you as kind of odd.
Yes. I didn't know how long she was staying, so Or maybe she left it in the car. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know,
Yeah,
but she didn't come in with the luggage, right?
no,
Okay. Okay. And you noted that there were some behavioral problems with JJ right off the beginning, right?
correct. Yeah.
Something about going upstairs and he knocked a mirror on the bed or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
He was just kind of freaking out. And when we came home from the friend's house, he kind of threw like the ottoman and a chair down. And then he ran upstairs and wanted space. And I heard something fall and it was the mirror. So I went up to check on him to make sure that he was okay. And I saw that, yeah, it was broken.
So from what I understand, you're telling me is that Lori Vallow warned you ahead of time that JJ had some behavioral problems.
Correct.
Maybe not to the extent you experienced though, right?
Yeah.
And this was a handful of activity with JJ, right?
Correct.
Throwing a lot of things, correct?
Yes.
Misbehaving, tantrums,
Yes.
throwing things upstairs, throwing things downstairs,
Yes.
climbing up and down all over the furniture.
Yes.
And this was on the 18th, Thursday, the 18th of September, and you were alone with JJ when all of this was going on, right?
It was the 19th.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
19th, Thursday, the 19th.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then at that point, after you had sort of straightened things up in Lori's house, you went over to pick him up with the friend, right?
No, he was upset and throwing stuff after the friend's house.
Okay. But before he started throwing the stuff, he was over at a friend's.
Correct.
And was there a little bit of drama over there as well?
Correct.
Talk about that with me a little bit. What kind of drama did we have while he was over at the friend's house?
From what I remember, they were just upset about a toy or sharing a toy.
Okay.
And JJ had a hard time doing that.
Okay. So when, and I'm bouncing around for a reason, so please bear with me. When the person who showed up from the airport on the 19th, the only people in the house at that point would have been the person they picked up at the airport, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and JJ, right?
Correct. Yes.
And at no point during that time did you ever see anybody else at the house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You never heard anybody mention the name Chad Daybell, did you?
No.
Now, were you aware that JJ and Tylee had a very close relationship?
No, I wasn't
Okay.
aware.
But interestingly, you noted to the officer that when when Lori and her friend and Alex got home, you told Lori about, JJ's behavior.
Correct.
And to some extent, it was still going on, correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, you made note of the fact that Lori seemed to be acting in a particular way towards JJ, right?
Correct.
And you said it appeared to be a little overwhelming. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I felt, and maybe I was judging, but I felt as if she was too comforting to him and didn't try to correct that behavior. Because to me, throwing chairs and breaking stuff isn't an appropriate behavior. And instead of correcting that, she was more just emotionally there for him and like being very sweet and kind to him, which I guess is a loving mother. But to me, that was a little strange that she wouldn't correct that inappropriate behavior.
Right. And you viewed her behavior as over nurturing.
Yeah,
She went over the top.
correct.
She was cuddling him too much.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And all of this behavior that you saw, the active behavior by JJ at that time, did that continue on while you were there? Lori was there, Alex, and this other person?
He seemed to calm down a little more once she came,
Okay.
and it improved a little.
Okay. And lastly, while you were there, the person that they picked up at the airport, when all of this behavior was going on and you were trying to explain to Lori, did the person who they picked up at the airport, did she ever use the word zombie?
No,
Did Lori Vallow at that time ever use the word zombie to describe Alex's erratic behavior?
no,
Did Alex Cox ever use the word zombie to describe JJ's erratic behavior?
no,
Did anyone in that house at the time, when JJ was acting up, use the word zombie?
no,
Did you ever hear the words from JJ using the words zombie?
no.
I have nothing else.
All right.
Nothing on redirect.
All right, that concludes the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for appearing today. Will this witness be recalled by either side?
Not by the state.
Ms. Pryor?
No, Judge. Oh,
Okay,
it's on, Judge. No.
all right, that concludes your testimony then. You may be released. Thank you for appearing today. All right, state have another witness lined up to call before we start lunch.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Josh Wilson.
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn and taken the stand, I am going to inquire about the court's exclusionary order. This case is being live streamed on the court's channel, and I want to inquire, have you observed any of this trial testimony before you took the stand today?
No, Judge.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony that's been given in this trial?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wilson, can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
David Joshua Wilson, Wilson.
And you go by Josh?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Madison School District in Rexburg, Idaho.
And what is your job title there?
I'm a building principal for Kennedy Elementary.
And Kennedy Elementary School is in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Were you employed as the principal of Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg in 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall a former student named Joshua Jackson or JJ Fallow?
Yes.
When, if you recall, did JJ enroll at Kennedy Elementary?
The beginning of September, I believe September 3rd was his first day of 2019.
Do you recall who, if anyone, accompanied JJ to enroll him in school?
Yes, his mother, Lori.
What, if anything, did his mother, Lori, tell you about JJ's enrollment?
That they were moving from Arizona. Her husband had just passed away from a heart attack, and that they were moving to Rexburg to be closer to family.
How long was JJ enrolled at Kennedy Elementary?
3 weeks. I believe his last day was September 21st.
And do you recall having any communication with Lori Vallow or anyone else about JJ's enrollment at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes. Mom had contacted the school. We were trying to get a hold of her to finish some assessments. JJ had special needs, and so we were in the process of of finishing up assessments to see how we could help him be successful at school. We were trying to get a hold of mom to finish that up, and mom had informed us that they were moving, or that JJ would be moving to Louisiana.
And just really quickly, how did she communicate that to you?
Over the phone.
Okay, so, and what else did she tell you, if anything?
During that conversation, I had indicated that once they get over to Louisiana, just have that school that they enroll into request records, and we would be happy to pass those along. She then indicated that they weren't going to enroll in public school, that they were going to homeschool, that they had a cousin with similar needs and that they would be homeschooling. And then I informed her that we would house JJ's records there at Kennedy, and whenever they chose to enroll in public school again, whether it be back in Rexburg or somewhere else, that's where the records would be.
And at any time after that conversation, did you receive any requests for JJ Vallow's records?
No.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
Refer you as principal, or how can I refer to you?
Sure, Principal.
Principal?
Yep.
Okay. So principal, from what I understand, the discussion with Miss Fallow was by way of a phone conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
Did at any time was a child enrolled in the school at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes.
And did that child attend the school?
Yes.
And for how long a time did that child attend the school?
About 3 weeks.
Okay. And during that initial phone conversation with Miss Fallow, did the name Chad Daybell ever come up?
No.
Did you ever see Chad Daybell at the school picking JJ up?
No.
Did you ever have any mention of any kind whatsoever in the 3 weeks that JJ Vallow was at your school of the name Chad Daybell?
No.
I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. Is the state intending to recall the witness?
No, Your Honor, he can be excused.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for testifying. You're excused from any subpoena, and you can step down. Thank you. They have another witness lined up.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Wynn Hill.
Thank you.
That or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hill, now that you've been placed under oath, let me just ask you a few questions before you testify. Because this case is being broadcast and available for public view, I want to ask if you have viewed or listened in on any of the testimony in the trial up to this point.
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they provided?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Ms. Beatty, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
My name is Wynn Hill, Hill,
And sir, where are you employed?
at Brigham Young University, Idaho,
And where is that located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you been employed by Brigham Young University, Idaho.
Yeah, I've been there 18 years.
What is your current job title there?
I'm a therapist in the counseling center.
And prior to being a therapist in the counseling center, did you have a different job title?
I did. I was the dean of students there.
Were you the dean of students in 2019 and early 2020?
I was.
And in February, well, let me back up a little bit. As dean of students, did you have access to a student file management system?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have a student management system. Yes.
Does that system allow you to look at it to determine who is currently enrolled?
Yes.
Does that system allow you to look at who may have been enrolled in the past?
Yes.
Does it allow you to look at who may have applied to the school and not necessarily enrolled?
Yeah. Anyone who starts an application. Yes.
Were you contacted by law enforcement in February of 2020 to do a records check on an individual named Tylee Ryan?
I was. Yes.
Did you check that individual in the student file management system?
I did. Yeah. They asked me to check the name Tylee Ryan, Tylee Vallows, and Tylee Cox. Date of birth 9/24/02, and I did check that. Yes.
Were you able to determine if this individual was a current student?
Yes, they weren't. In fact, we had no record of any of those names.
Did you have any record that this individual had ever even applied to
No.
BYU, Idaho?
Nothing.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
No notebook, so it's going to be short. Um, Did you ever have an occasion to talk to Lori Vallow on the phone?
No.
Did you ever discuss an application with anybody? Alex Cox, Lori Vallow?
Nope.
Did you ever discuss an application, or did anybody in your organization discuss an application with a Tylee Ryan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and obviously you'd never heard the name Chad Daybell in relation to any application process for Tylee Ryan, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, nothing else, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Either side intend to recall the witness?
No, Judge,
No,
no.
Your Honor.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then. Thank you for appearing. You're released from any subpoena, and you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, I discussed in a sidebar with council scheduling for the day. The morning's gone more quickly than the state anticipated in terms of lining up their witnesses. We're going to take the lunch recess at this time. We will take a longer break today in order to allow for appearance of afternoon witnesses. So the lunch recess will begin and we will come back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock. Does that work with the state
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll be in recess until then.
All right, please.
All right, they're on break already. What's going on, guys? I hate when I do that. I have my planner that I didn't finish doing for the week. And I usually do it Sundays, but I was working yesterday and getting stuff done. And I didn't do my planner. And then I missed a phone call. That was an appointment. So, where are we? You guys might want to see me. There we go. They'll be back at 1. Why so much of a difference? That's a big break. Okay, they went through the morning witness. Okay, was it still Agent Hart? There were some really fast witnesses. Babysitter, JJ principal, and BYU principal. Okay. Just let me get this written down here. So I'm taking it BYU principal just said basically that no, Tylee wasn't enrolled and she wasn't there. Two other nannies and the dean from BYU. Okay. Very short testimony. Okay. Dean of students. Okay. Thank you so much, you guys. I'll have to put it on 2 times speed, maybe over lunch. And then I'm sure with the babysitters, they showed Lori's manipulation there, right? I missed an infuriating cross. Oh, on which one? Oh, that was when he was going to get the John Pryor, his cross with Agent Hart, right? Okay, so I'll have to review that. I hate when I miss that. I don't know why I booked that appointment for then, but it is what it is. Pryor kept talking about JJ's behavior. His cross of the babysitter was so ridiculous. John with Agent Hart. Oh, what lip gloss? This is Stay Glossy by Rimmel. And it doesn't have the color is Captivate Me. You saw Larry. Pryor was trying to make JJ seem bad. Was victim blaming JJ. Wow. Okay, but Hart gave him nothing. Agent Hart stood his ground. He didn't give Pryor an inch. I loved Agent Hart's testimony. Okay, this is good to know. And what Lori said about Tylee. Well, you know, when it came to JJ, the things that Lori did to him, and we already know JJ had autism. He was on the spectrum. And Lori takes away his medication, takes away his dog, takes away his dad, takes away his house, takes away Arizona, takes away the grandparents to talk to them, and then puts him in a school that doesn't cater to his needs like it does his last one. No dog, no sister, because took away that. Tell me how that child would behave. And typically children on the spectrum thrive in schedule. They like to know what's happening, what's going on, right? They need the heads up, and scheduling is very important for children for many children. I don't have to say all of them, but for many on the spectrum, right? So you give everything, you take everything away on even a regular child. I should say neurotypical, I shouldn't say regular. And then you add the challenges that JJ had. What do you think is going to happen? Like, let's talk about that. I loved when he did that. Colby gave Chad the death stare. I loved it. Joanne says, "Oh my God, Linda, you're cracking me up with the love bomb readings." A little puked in my mouth a little bit. So, yeah, and Tylee was very protective of JJ. So you take all those things away from a little boy. How do you think anyone is going to react? Yeah, so ridiculous. That woman is ridiculous. Chad's ridiculous. Now, it was interesting the other day because they brought up how Chad took, this was when Melanie Gibbs, wasn't it? Chad took JJ upstairs in Lori's place and came back down and he had a scratch on his neck. That to me would be interesting to know more about. Somebody was saying that Colby is in there today. Yeah, there's Stacy says it too. My autistic kiddo needs a routine. Absolutely. And sometimes it's even one of these things that you can, if this resonates with you too, Stacy, is sometimes even picking up a kid who's on the spectrum and you don't go straight home, you go to somewhere else. They want the heads up. Like they need to know, to be comforted, be like, by the way, I have to go to X and X store before we go home. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise you show up and their whole world is like, you didn't tell me that this was going to happen, that we're going to stop off. I thought we were going straight home. So there's lots of little things like that. But I can just imagine it's probably a good thing. It's probably why the universe is like, Lynn is supposed to have a phone call right now meeting. And probably because I'd probably lose my marbles on or snap my crayons around John Pryor and him victim blaming or shaming. So I'll have to watch that at 2.5 times speed, or perhaps maybe after we have a little chit chat now, I'll go and I'll eat my lunch and review and come back. Yeah, Lori didn't care about taking anything away from JJ. And it started almost a year before that, because in January, end of January, she was stealing stuff from Charles, the money from his business bank account, and she stole Bailey, the dog, his collar. And then she stole all of Charles's underwear and all that stuff that we talked about. Hang on, guys. And she started taking things away and then stopped his meds. But wouldn't you do that if you want your kid to look like a zombie, is stop the medication? And then say, see how he's acting out? Deborah says, my grandson is on the spectrum, even with structure. He still has bad days, a lot of them. Yeah. Hart made ragu out of that tomato. John Mato. Yeah, she stole the collar. And then, yeah, Lucas, stop giving me the coughing fit. Yeah, it's she didn't care. She didn't care. And not only that, okay, back then in January, not only did she take the collar away and all that stuff, but she just took off for 58 days without seeing JJ. Just took off. Went to Hawaii. 58 days, I believe. 53 or 58 days it was. That's cool. Barb's listening while she fertilizes the hummingbird garden. Yeah, right. Take away my family home, dog, and medications, and I want to break things to. Yeah, school, an amazing school for him. I don't remember Alex thinking of Bailey in the desert. I vaguely remember something about Alex, very vague. I don't remember what. But yeah, I can't remember that. Yeah, vaguely. I can't remember. He's going to jump Bailey in the desert. Yeah, see, I forgot about. Okay, that's apparently I have the pen here. Don't remember bringing the pen in. That's weird. Okay. Oh, that Eleanor says no, that was Melanie P's dog in the desert. Regards from Ireland. Oh yeah, she put Bailey for sale in summertime. In August. And then the trainer's like, you can't do that. And took the dog back. Stay Glossy is cheaper on Amazon. Good to know. My mascara is also cheaper on Amazon. Yeah, it was great. The trainers saw the ad and said, no, absolutely not. You cannot do that. So there's lots that she did. She didn't give a rip. Just cared about herself, obviously. Yeah, these guys in their podcast and all this other stuff and their delusion. So how long did John do his soliloquy for? Just got to write. I don't know if I put this. Yeah. Sorry, guys, just 1 sec. I have to copy something for my editor. Multitasking at its finest. Not too long. Some say a while. Not long, very surprised. 5 minutes. He is annoying. But we have the new emoji for John Mado. Let's put up John Mado for a minute. You know, with the red tie. And it's funny because both of them are wearing red today. Hi, Bunny. He made sure to mention, he mentioned Mel coming on an airplane when Sitter was there. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, you're right. The John Mado needs an okay. Okay. He does. He really does. Okay, I'm going to add that. Okay. John Mado. John Mado. Okay. We'll fix that for tomorrow. That is a good tweak. And then you got to add the Chad Tato as a pair. That's important. JP sounded surprised that he was done with Cross so early. Now, was there anything, did he bring up anything about the texts? Was there any specific thing that he talked about and wanted more on? Anna asks, do you think Lori believed this light and dark BS? Yes, I do. Lots of arguing. Anyone that has a service dog is told to return to trainer for a new home. My ex-husband's went back to another soldier. Yeah, she can't sell him. He tried to get the agent to say the story was a story, not reality. Of course, because he keeps saying, well, you know that Chad's writing a book, right? Well, this is exactly that. What could he say about the text? Chad looks guilty of sin, but as I guess another person said, well, he's trying to say he was writing more of his story. Well, he's going to be writing a eternal story. What do you think he's going to do? What do you think his reaction's going to be when and if he gets the death penalty? Oh, wow. Thank you so much for gifting 10 It's a Crime memberships. Thank you. That's awesome. Yes, the whole author thing again. Badger says he asked questions the agent stood his ground on. I can't wait to hear that. That'll be good to know. Oh my gosh, I think another 10, I think. Thank you. That's wonderful. Okay, let's see. Does anybody know that timestamp?
Witness.
Um,
So before we bring the jurors back in at the end of before there's a light and zoom feature on that Elmo for clarity.
Bloomer, right?
okay, hang on.
Objection, Your Honor.
Does anybody want to re-see this, or you like don't? I'll do it later. Do you guys want to see that? Let's take a look. Even if we do it at a higher speed.
Or argumentative.
I couldn't tell you,
Of what that physical,
Okay.
Melanie Gibb.
that be fair?
Yes,
Tens of thousands of messages,
yes,
significant amount.
correct.
We're gonna
And you put together
private.
a summary of what you thought were relevant messages, correct?
That
Yes.
we don't have to be.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about who some of these messages were sent to, who received some of these messages. Obviously, you spoke in great detail about messages from Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow,
Yes.
Melanie Gibb.
No, Melanie Boudreau.
Well, did you ever have any that you reviewed from Melanie Gibb?
There are messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb in the iCloud that I have reviewed. Yes.
Okay, so there were messages that were involved with Melanie Gibb as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of these folks use other names in speaking with themselves, referring to others?
Can you clarify? Do you mean that
So,
names other than
nicknames.
themselves?
Nicknames. Lori Vallow use any nicknames?
Yes.
What nicknames did Lori Vallow use
Oh,
For others or for herself?
for herself and when others responded to her?
She would be called Lolo. She would be called Lily. Chad Daybell referred to her as Elena. And then there were numerous nicknames for her contacts that she had within the iCloud.
Okay, and then as far as Melanie Gibb, do you recall the nickname that Melanie Gibb used
For herself?
for herself? Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
If I mention the word Phoebe, does that ring a bell?
Phoebe rings a bell, but I couldn't say definitively that that's associated with Melanie Gibb.
Okay. And if I were to show you a text message that referenced Phoebe to Lori Vallow, would that refresh your recollection?
It may.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Other nicknames, other people, Alex Cox, did you have any nicknames?
Al was the most common one,
Okay. Melanie Boudreau?
mostly Mel.
Okay. Anybody else you can think of?
Lori Vallow referred to Chad Daybell frequently as Bubby, Bubby.
ugh.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I would classify as nicknames. There were several occasions where others were assigned names by Chad Daybell, but I wouldn't call those nicknames.
Okay, now if I could have Elmo put up, Madam Clerk.
Did you say
What are we going to put on the Elmo?
I'm going to ask the officer to go back to
Referencing 183.
183, Judge.
183 has been admitted. So, and Mr. Pryor's mentioned before, there's a light and zoom feature on that Elmo for clarity.
This is good at 1.5 speed. What are we doing? We should start at lunchtime. Way better.
And there's a light there as well somewhere. There's a light switch that gets rid of the shadow. There you go. Thank you.
Wouldn't make it without any help, Judge, I
Oh,
promise you.
perfect.
So I want to start towards the end of what we talked about. And you talked about your analysis of this particular discussion or chain of text messages. And this is from the Lolly Time at iCloud, Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
And the last line, I want you to read 824 again for me.
Of course. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
And you interpreted this in what way?
I don't believe I interpreted it at all during my testimony. I read it into the record on direct.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit curious. I want to be with you. That's Chad responding that he wants to be with Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
It's my greatest hope and dream. He wants to have a relationship with her, right?
Yes, I mean, they've been in a 10-month relationship at this point, but I think he
Okay.
wants that relationship to be overtly known to everyone.
Okay. And you said a 10-month relationship. So 8/11 of 2019. I go back 10 months and that puts me right to October 31st, give or take a few days. So is it your testimony? You said 10 months. Is it your testimony that that relationship started immediately on October 31st, the first time they met?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So they were in a physical relationship from the first time they met?
No, I testified that their physical relationship began the second time they met in person, which would have been November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And your interpretation of what that physical relationship in 2 weeks later was what? What type of physical relationship they have 2 weeks later?
Chad Daybell wrote about it in great detail. They were kissing, fondling each other, in bed with each other, taking each other's clothes off.
Okay. And that, are you referring to the Jack and the Elena story? Is that what you're referring to?
James and
James and Elena. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I said Jack. James and Elena, excuse me. You're talking about the James and Elena story, right?
Correct.
And you know what Chad Daybell does for a living, right?
I do.
He's an author.
Yes.
He writes books about experiences that people have, whether religious or otherwise, right?
Yes.
And with every author, there's a little bit of exaggeration or artistic creativity whenever you're writing books. Would you agree with me?
If it's nonfiction, I would agree with you.
Okay. And you also know that this James and Elena was really a book in the making by Chad Daybell about his relationship with Lori Vallow, right?
I wasn't aware that it's a book in the making. No.
Okay. So this was just him taking doing a literary exercise, just writing about his relationship with Lori Vallow, not for the purpose of doing anything with it, just writing about this and making notes using different names, right?
I believe it's a truthful and accurate story.
Okay. Okay. A truthful and accurate story that you're putting down in writing about a relationship you're having with a woman, right?
Yes,
With some artistic creativity applied to it, correct?
I'll agree.
Okay.
I wouldn't
Now,
say
did you, as part of your investigation, go back and look at some of Chad Daybell's writings?
We had someone in the investigative group do that. I've had some limited exposure to Chad Daybell's other writings, but I was not the individual who did an analysis of those.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell made a habit of at least vaguely touching on some of his personal experiences when he wrote books?
It's my understanding that a couple of his books were about his prior experiences in his life.
And one of his books was about his daughter, Emma. In fact, the very book mentions the name Emma in the book, doesn't it not?
I couldn't tell you the title of the book, but I believe that's correct.
So it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for him, given his past about.
Hang on one sec. I'm going to make a little statement in there. Because even though Chad's books were categorized as fiction, he notes on his in his books and on his website that even though it's classified as fiction, anything that he puts in there is based on his life and nonfiction. So booyah on that, buddy. Drop the mic, the broken mic. Here we go.
Writing about his past experiences to put together a book or a novel about a relationship he was having with Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. I think the James and Elena story is about his relationship with Lori Vallow.
And it wouldn't be unusual, like in his other books, to maybe provide some artistic creativity as far as the facts are concerned, right?
It would depend on which facts you're talking about.
So what you're saying to me is that if the facts are helpful to the prosecuting attorney, he's not making it up.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. Move to strike.
Sustain.
You don't know which facts are creative in this story that he was writing Lori Vallow, do you?
I know that we were able to vet and verify an extensive number of facts from that story.
Yep.
I couldn't tell you whether the explicit sexual detail is accurate or not, but
Okay.
the other elements are accurate.
So when we go back to this lolly time that's up on the board here and showing us, the last line is, I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. You see that line?
I do.
And you said you didn't offer any explanation as to what that meant.
On direct, I did not.
Okay. And that was on August 11th of 2019.
That's correct.
And it talks about heaven would strike us down
It
in
does.
regards to the relationship.
Say again.
Well, it's in regards to the relationship because I will happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. That's what that says, isn't it?
It does.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with murder, does it?
I don't know that I could say entirely that it doesn't.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with the fact that maybe Mr. Daybell felt he couldn't divorce his wife Tammy?
I don't know whether that's what that's in reference to or not.
Could it have anything to do with the possibility that Chad Daybell, as this so-called visionary who gets these premonitions, wouldn't leave his wife Tammy until his premonition came true that she would pass away?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence or the prior testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer that, officer.
Again, I don't know what was in Chad Daybell's mind as it relates to why heaven would strike him down if he joined Lori Vallow at that point.
Tens of thousands of text messages, right?
Yes.
I didn't see in any of these, and if you have them in the other 10,000 that you went through, show me the one that says, hey, this is Chad, let's kill the kids.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and tries to put evidence not in fact,
Overruled.
facts not in evidence.
Well, it's question on cross. It's overruled.
Show me the text. It says, let's kill the kids.
Well, that is argument, Mr. Pryor. If you want to ask if there's a text, that would be different.
Is there a text that says, let's kill the kids?
There are several texts that talk in detail about the deaths of those two children. Yes.
Oh, well, in detail about the deaths and what happened during their deaths, right? Not let's kill the kids, are there?
Wait a minute. What do you mean what happened during their?
What I'm saying is that there's references to Tylee and JJ throughout text messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But there is not a text message that says, let's kill the kids, is there?
There are text message in those specific words. No, but certainly alluding to and planning for the deaths of Tylee and JJ. Yes.
Okay. And what in reference to how they're planning to kill the kids, why don't you talk to me a little bit about that? What exactly did you come across that says, let's plan on killing the kids?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. It's argumentative.
That is sustained.
Okay. You just made reference to the fact that there are text messages that talk about the planning of killing these kids, right?
Correct.
What text messages are you referring to?
There are several text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that refer to a plan to take the children and Chad Daybell's ability as a supposed visionary to understand when that might happen.
Okay. Okay. So there's no specific text message that talks about we're going to kill the kids and live happily ever after, is there?
I would disagree. Contextually, I think that's the
Yes.
meaning of those texts.
Okay. So in other words, you're interpreting those texts how you think they should be understood, right?
Well, those texts talk about the deaths using the word death of Tylee and JJ. It talks about their death percentage, and both Tylee and JJ ended up being murdered. So if that's context, then that's the conclusion I draw. Yes.
Okay. So what you're referring to are the text message where a numeric number was assigned to particular children about death percentages, correct?
Assigned by Chad Daybell. Yes.
Right. Now, we talked a little earlier, and that's why I'm
Good.
leading into this with you. And you could probably help me a little bit.
Go help.
My recollection is you were talking something about Allie Bloomer, right?
Yes. That's the second slide.
Okay. Well, it's actually the third slide, isn't it? Can you go to the third one? You threw me off, right?
It starts on the second slide, and then it continues to the third slide.
So you talked about the fact that because Chad Daybell put a numeric number on the children, that was the reason they were killed, right?
No, I wouldn't state it that way, that was the reason they were killed.
Okay. That supported your theory that they were killed because they were put a dark number on them, right?
I believe the dark number provided the justification for
Okay.
them to carry out those acts.
Okay. Okay. So when we go down to line 3000, would you read that one for me, the first two sentences?
Yes. Allie Bloomer is 4.1 dark. Her cop husband is 3 dark.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, are Allie Bloomer and her husband dead?
To my knowledge, they are not.
Okay. So when you assign a number dark, explain this. I mean, you probably know better than I do. Is this something that's part of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there a reference in the LDS faith to light and dark?
Light and dark. Yes, there's reference throughout the Bible and the LDS faith to light and dark.
So if there was previous testimony by someone who suggested that light and dark is not part of the LDS faith, they're either mistaken or they're not being truthful. Would that be fair?
I don't think light and dark, as assigned by Chad Daybell, is part of the LDS faith.
That's not what I asked you, sir, and I appreciate you answering that way. What I asked you is that there is light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Okay. It's overruled. There's a light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're talking about is that there's a numeric system here. Is that what you're telling me? That Mr. Daybell's using?
There is a numeric system that Mr. Daybell is using.
Okay. And you've never seen this with anybody else ever putting a numeric system on light and dark, correct?
I have not.
Okay. Okay. And Allie Bloomer and her cop husband are not dead, right? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge,
Yeah.
they are not.
Okay. So do you know how this dark numbering system works? Is high good or is
No,
low
let's
good,
ask
or how does
Chad.
that work in the
Let's
dark
ask Chad.
spectrum?
Let's just ask Chad.
From what I've been able to decipher based on my participation in the investigation, the higher the number, the worse it is.
Okay. So if you're a 1 dark, that you're better off being a 1 dark than you are being a 4 dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see that list of light and dark, John, and let's go who first was put on there and who was taken off, and then we'll talk about the rest.
Judge, could I have exhibits 6 and 7?
Yes, I'll have the bailiff bring those over.
Show me the rubric where Lori had a problem with everybody, and look, lo and behold, they're all dark.
If you could just bear with me.
Okay. Okay. Hang on, I'm gonna try and fast forward.
Right? From both Chad and Lori.
Yes.
Now,
Mr. Pryor, just on the exhibit you've got continually being published there, if you're done with that, would you remove it from being published?
your testimony is that you felt that Chad was using his religious knowledge or beliefs to manipulate Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he was suggesting that because he has so much insight that he's with these religious insights that he's able to convince Lori Vallow to stay with him because he has religious insight. Is that correct?
He was looked to as the visionary for this small group, and in that capacity, yes, used that to keep Lori Vallow in a relationship with him.
And the small group you're talking about, who did you discover was in this small group?
The inner circle is really a trio of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
Anybody else?
That's what I would refer to as the inner circle. There were others that were
100%
more
agree.
peripheral.
Okay.
That's the inner core. I talked about that before.
And when you say more peripheral, shared some of the same religious views that Chad Daybell has.
Yes, I would describe them as adherents to Chad Daybell's doctrines.
How many of those do you talk about that are peripheral people that were adhering to it?
Six to 10.
Would Melanie Gibb be included in that group?
Yes.
David Warwick?
Yes.
Zaluma Pastenes?
Yes.
What about
Melanie
Melanie
Boudreau?
Boudreau?
Yes.
So this wasn't a large group of people then?
No, Chad Daybell spoke at a lot of conferences, and those were larger, but I can't speak to how his message was received by those people.
And when you say Chad Daybell spoke at these conferences, you touched on it a little before, that maybe Lori Vallow wasn't believing everything that Chad was saying about this religious stuff, right?
No, I don't believe I said that. I do believe she believed pretty much everything that Chad Daybell said.
Okay. And maybe what you testified to is that you questioned the accuracy of it in one of the text messages that you put up on the board. Do you recall saying something about that? No?
I don't, if you can direct me to this particular message.
So Chad Daybell started writing these books well before she ever met Lori Vallow. He met Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And he wrote these books about his experiences and about his theories and interpretation of what he felt was the teachings of the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Introduces facts, not in evidence. I believe counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Well, he wrote a lot of books about religious issues, correct?
Yes, I think most of his books had to do with kind of an end of times theme.
And he would go on these various, go to various places and speak about his books and try to sell books.
Correct.
This was sort of a way to market or to make a living by talking about various religious feelings about religion, and then he'd go on and speak to people, and then in the meantime try to make a living or try to make money selling these books to people, right?
Yes.
And the predominant audience that he would go to, these encampments, these gatherings, various locales. For the most part, they were centered around Utah, correct?
No, I mostly, well, St. George, Mesa, there was one in Boise, so
Well-
the Intermountain West.
And you beat me to the punch because I was about to start with Utah, then say Arizona, then say Idaho. But you know, the predominant audience that these books were marketed to were people in Utah, Arizona, Idaho, correct?
That's where he spoke, yes,
And they were predominantly marketed to people of the LDS faith, right?
I think so.
And they were marketed to the people who would want to go to these various seminars about preparing for the end of time, right?
Yes,
And these people weren't all members of a cult, were they?
not to my knowledge.
And there were various audiences who would show up and listen to Chad Daybell talk and sell his books, right?
Yes,
So the fact that he has Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and David Warwick, who were friends of his, right?
well, I think the relationship with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow was closer than it was different than those other names that you mentioned and closer than friendship.
Right. But let's take, and we'll talk a little bit about the Alex Cox, Lori Vallow relationship, but as far as the other were concerned, all of the emails and all of the text messages, that you talked about, they had a recurring theme. These people were friends, right?
Yes,
And these friends talked about religious beliefs, correct?
yes,
And these religious beliefs may not be what everybody else believes in, but they seem to have a consistent theme, and they were all consistent in believing whatever Lori, Chad, David, and Melanie were talking about. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So when you talk about a group, we're really talking about a group of friends who have some, maybe not traditional beliefs, but have religious beliefs, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
A secret
Now,
society.
the text I put up there from Lori to Chad, and it's the one line 836. Oh, wait. Let me know when you're ready. You okay? You all set?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you take that as being would you take that as being in somewhat of a sarcastic tone?
no, I think Lori was pushing Chad and was serious.
Okay. So you should give all of your love and your attention to your wife and family. That's what she's saying, right?
Yes,
I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. There's nothing sarcastic about that?
well, if you look at Chad Daybell's reaction, which is that is so crushing and I feel so destroyed inside, I don't think he took it as being sarcastic.
Okay. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk, but we have nothing until things change. So she's basically drawing a line in the sand and saying, unless something changes, we have nothing to do with each other. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. So what she's doing is she's saying that unless something happens, either you divorce your wife or you kill your wife or your wife dies, you don't have me.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Chad responds, I'm constantly begging for change below. You see that?
I do.
But I'm hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely. Okay. You see that?
I do.
The text following that, did any of them say, all right, I agree with you, Lori. Let's kill Tammy. You find any of those?
I found a number of texts talking about Tammy's death percentage in
Right.
subsequent conversations.
Yeah. You're also aware that Chad Daybell, maybe you're not, but are you aware that since 2016, Chad Daybell had been talking to these public audiences about the fact that Tammy was going to have a very short life?
I was aware that he made those statements to particular individuals. I'm not aware that he spoke of that publicly, but yes, I know that he communicated that Tammy was going to die to a number of people.
Right. And these other individuals are friends and family of Chad Daybell, who are also friends and family of Tammy Daybell, correct?
That I don't know. I can tell you the ones that I do know that he spoke with
Okay.
and I'm not aware that they knew Tammy.
Okay. Okay. So it wasn't necessarily a secret that Chad was keeping with anybody since 2016, that he felt he had a premonition or a belief that his wife was going to have a short life, right?
There were certain people he communicated that to, correct?
And when I'm reading through the text messages, and you went through your presentation, am I wrong when I'm reading these messages to read into this that Chad was waiting for Tammy to pass away, and that was what the delay was, correct?
It could be that, or it could be waiting to take action.
Okay. So we don't know what it was, right?
from the investigation, I believe I know what it was.
Okay, well, people differ in their opinions, right?
They do.
Yeah.
Do we need to fast forward him again? Is he just thinking?
And Judge, could we approach for just a minute?
Yes.
This is the beautiful part of replay.
Right, ladies and
Does it?
gentlemen, maybe a thumb drive that's having,
Judge, I got it.
okay, all right. thank you.
Surprise, magical words, you did it. And Judge, I'm going to try to publish off of Exhibit 7, from, I believe it was from the Lolly Time, previously admitted Exhibit number 7.
All right, once you have that pulled up on your screen, let us know. And
Up,
then I'll,
Judge, I'm ready.
okay, I'll instruct the clerk this time to allow that to be published then.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned about Phoebe, was your recollection was that it was Melanie Gibb, is that correct?
I testified that I wasn't 100% certain of that, but I don't dispute that that's,
Okay. So at the top, this is a text message from Phoebe, from the Lolly Time to Lori Vallow. Would you read the first line?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks. I love you so much. I'm going to teach right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark portals.
Okay, and then the one below that.
I could see the darkness so clearing last night when I was teaching last night. Their eyes were dark like marbles.
Okay, now the date of those messages was when?
July 25th of 2019.
Were you aware during your investigation where Melanie Gibb was teaching on that particular occasion?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You are aware that Melanie Gibb taught classes, a variety of different things about vibrations and about light and dark, correct?
I wasn't aware that she taught classes. I know there was a podcast and group discussions and things like that.
Like she would go to encampments or she would go to programs and be a speaker talking about a variety of religious topics, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when Melanie Gibb talks about dark portals, is that something she's talking about that's consistent with the LDS faith to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. When she's talking about eyes being like dark marbles, is that also something that's consistent with being of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay. And to avoid, and Judge, we can bring that down now. I'm done.
So soon?
But during your research, there were other individuals that talked about putting numeric numbers on people with dark and light, right?
There was one single instance in all of my review where Lori Vallow disputed a designation made by Chad Daybell. So that's the only other time I'm aware of anyone else putting those numbers on individuals.
Okay. And all I want to do is just have you confirm then for me. In the review of all of those 10,000 plus text messages, are you telling me that other than Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they were the only ones who talked about dark and light and put a numeric number on someone?
I am testifying that the only times I saw those numbers being generated, with the exception of one occasion, were all by Chad Daybell.
Okay. Okay. And all of the people that were designated, well, so other than Chad Daybell, your testimony then is that nobody else put numeric numbers on people as it related to dark and light. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You brought up a subject about the process of sealing. Remember that in the very beginning of your testimony?
It's part of the James and Elena story, correct?
Right. But you also explained that what sealing is in your definition, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understood sealing to be part of a marriage process when two couples of the LDS faith go into a temple and they perform a private ceremony. Is that what you understand it to be as well?
Yes, when two people go to get married, correct.
Right. And that is a process in which, and I don't want to go into, we don't need to go into significant detail about this, but it's a religious symbolism to show that they have an intent of wanting to be together the rest of their life, right?
Correct.
And they're basically sealing themselves to each other in essence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Has nothing to do with death or anything like that. It has everything to do with the celebration of the marriage ceremony, correct?
It's a marriage ordinance that's performed in LDS temples.
Okay. All right. Okay. And Judge, I'm going to stop there. That's all I have at this point, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude cross-examination of the witness. Redirect from the state.
Was there anything there after this?
Agent Hart, you were just asked about the ceiling reference in one of those messages. Do you recall testifying about that before?
I do.
And you were asked specifically about it dealing with the marriage ceremony by Mr. Pryor, correct?
Yes,
And previously, did you testify that there are also ceilings done for people that have passed away?
that's correct.
And when you referenced the James and Elena story, was that your understanding of what was being referenced at that time?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was that your understanding of what was being referenced in the James and Elena story?
Yes, the ceilings being referred to in the James and Elena story are what they call proxy, meaning that genealogical research is done and that a man and a woman go in and based on historical records, if two people had been married, they then perform that marriage ceremony in their behalf. That the two people performing the ceremony aren't getting married. They're as stand-in for people based on genealogical research who are being sealed.
And at the time that was done, that was in the November of 2018.
November 16th of 2018.
And at that time, was Charles Vallow still alive?
No, he was not. Or excuse me. Yes, he was. I'm sorry. I was thinking of 2019.
2019. So in November of 2018, Charles Vallow was still alive.
He was.
And in November of 2018, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And is part of the idea behind the sealing that you would be married for eternity?
Judge, leading question.
Sustained.
When we looked at those messages, if you recall, was the indication that Chad believed or was indicating he and Lori would be married eternally?
That's precisely what was stated in Chad's writing.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine where the teachings of light and dark originated as far as this particular group of individuals you were asked about?
They originated from Chad Daybell.
And you indicated Melanie Gibb was one of the individuals that would have received those teachings?
I believe so, yes.
You were asked some questions about levels and light and dark, and specifically in reference to Allie Bloomer. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Was Allie Bloomer a telestial relative of Chad or Lori?
not to my knowledge.
And we talked a little bit about that telestial relative, the meaning of that, and Mr. Pryor put that slide back up. You'd referenced that it is the lowest kingdom. Would that also be, would telestial refer here on earth?
Yes,
So the reference was the telestial relatives were obstacles.
correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn if Charles was ever deemed dark?
Charles Vallow,
Charles Vallow.
he was.
Did you ever learn whether Tylee Ryan was deemed dark?
She was.
Did you ever learn whether JJ Vallow was deemed dark?
He was deemed to have turned into a zombie, which
Judge, unresponsive.
Overruled.
is parallel to being dark, being inhibited by a dark entity.
And what about Tammy Daybell? Did you ever learn whether she was deemed dark?
Again, she was deemed to have been inhibited by a dark entity.
And based on your investigation and looking through these messages, who was the one that would determine if someone was light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
And of those 4 relatives that we talked about, are you aware of their current status?
All 4 are dead.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. I don't think we got outside the scope of cross there.
Okay. I didn't hear the JJ part though when that was. Probably a little bit later. Yeah. Basically, John tries so hard to bring Melanie Gibb into the picture, and they hate each other. Like, I've seen them in the preliminary. This was tame compared to the preliminary, in my opinion. From what I remember, they were more spicy. But John's pushing for Melanie Gibb to be part of that, and she's the one who's teaching that because he needs to throw spaghetti to see what can stick because his client looks like an idiot. With the nanny. Right. Maybe I might have to go zip and get some food quickly. I'm starting to get really hungry. Oh, okay. During JJ's nanny. Yeah, that you guys were mentioning. Let's see.
And
I did. So she came home.
I gotta remember to take the playback speed lower later. Remind me.
it's still morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Do you have a recollection of about what time Lori Vallow returned home?
I don't know for sure, but it was around dinner times, probably around 5 or 6 at night.
Okay, you mentioned that it was about 3 or 4 hours that you watched JJ, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you, and this was Thursday, right?
Yes.
And then what time did you arrive to start the babysitting?
I don't know for sure, but must have been 4 hours before that. So around maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I don't know for sure though.
And you mentioned that you fed JJ that day. You fed him dinner.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it possible it was after dinner
That what was after dinner?
when Lori Vallow returned?
Yes. Yeah.
So you don't know about what time after dinner, though?
No, not for sure.
Okay. Okay. Now, before you started babysitting JJ that day, Lori warned you about some behavioral problems, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Warned you how to distract him, do things to distract him, show him a show.
Yeah.
Or keep him preoccupied because JJ suffered from a form of autism, from what I understand, correct? Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And when Lori left, did she leave with anybody?
Yes, she left with her brother.
Do you remember what his name was?
I believe it was Alex.
Okay. And do you know about what time they left?
I would guess around 1 o'clock. Shortly after I arrived, they left.
Okay. Okay. And they were going to pick up a friend on Thursday that day, correct?
Correct.
And do you know the name of that friend that they were going to pick up Thursday afternoon?
I did not.
Did you happen to see her when she arrived?
Yes.
Can you describe what color her hair was?
It was a long time ago.
Okay.
But from what I remember, I want to say blonde.
Okay.
But honestly, I don't remember for sure.
And a slender lady.
Yeah.
Did anybody mention the name Melanie by any chance?
I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
At some point later, did you find out who that other friend was?
No.
Okay. And you noted I read the officer's report about the interview with you. You noted that she came in and she didn't have any luggage with her.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that struck you as kind of odd.
Yes. I didn't know how long she was staying. So, or maybe she left it in the car. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
Yeah.
But she didn't come in with the luggage, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you noted that there were some behavioral problems with JJ right off the beginning, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Something about going upstairs and he knocked a mirror on the bed or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
He was just kind of freaking out. And when we came home from the friend's house, he kind of threw like the ottoman and a chair down. And then he ran upstairs and wanted space. And I heard something fall and it was the mirror. So I went up to check on him to make sure that he was okay. And I saw that, yeah, it was broken.
So from what I understand, you're telling me is that Lori Vallow warned you ahead of time that JJ had some behavioral problems.
Correct.
Maybe not to the extent you experienced though, right?
Yeah.
And this was a handful of activity with JJ, right?
Correct.
Throwing a lot of things, correct?
Yes.
Misbehaving, tantrums,
Yes.
throwing things upstairs, throwing things downstairs,
Yes.
climbing up and down all over the furniture.
Yes.
And this was on the 18th, Thursday, the 18th of September, and you were alone with JJ when all of this was going on, right?
It was the 19th.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
19th, Thursday, the 19th.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then at that point, after you had sort of straightened things up in Lori's house, you went over to pick him up with the friend, right?
No, he was upset and throwing stuff after the friend's house.
Okay. But before he started throwing the stuff, he was over at a friend's.
Correct.
And was there a little bit of drama over there as well?
Correct.
Talk about that with me a little bit. What kind of drama did we have while he was over at the friend's house?
From what I remember, they were just upset about a toy or sharing a toy.
Okay.
And JJ had a hard time doing that.
Okay. So when, and I'm bouncing around for a reason, so please bear with me. When the person who showed up from the airport on the 19th, the only people in the house at that point would have been the person they picked up at the airport, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and JJ, right?
Correct. Yes.
And at no point during that time did you ever see anybody else at the house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You never heard anybody mention the name Chad Daybell, did you?
No.
Now, were you aware that JJ and Tylee had a very close relationship?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
aware.
But interestingly, you noted to the officer that when when Lori and her friend and Alex got home, you told Lori about, JJ's behavior.
Correct.
And to some extent, it was still going on, correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, you made note of the fact that Lori seemed to be acting in a particular way towards JJ, right?
Correct.
And you said it appeared to be a little overwhelming. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I felt, and maybe I was judging, but I felt as if she was too comforting to him and didn't try to correct that behavior. Because to me, throwing chairs and breaking stuff isn't an appropriate behavior. And instead of correcting that, she was more just emotionally there for him and like being very sweet and kind to him, which I guess is a loving mother. But to me, that was a little strange that she wouldn't correct that inappropriate behavior.
Right. And you viewed her behavior as over nurturing?
Yeah.
She went over the top.
Correct.
She was cuddling him too much.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And all of this behavior that you saw, the active behavior by JJ at that time, did that continue on while you were there? Lori was there, Alex, and this other person?
He seemed to calm down a little more once she came
Okay.
and it improved a little.
Okay. And lastly, while you were there, the person that they picked up at the airport, when all of this behavior was going on and you were trying to explain to Lori, did the person who they picked up at the airport, did she ever use the word zombie?
No,
Did Lori Vallow at that time ever use the word zombie to describe Alex's erratic behavior?
no,
Did Alex Cox ever use the word zombie to describe JJ's erratic behavior?
no,
Did anyone in that house at the time, when JJ was acting up, use the word zombie?
no,
Did you ever hear the words from JJ using the words zombie?
No.
I have nothing else.
So
Doesn't mean-
soon.
All right, that concludes the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for appearing today. Will this witness be recalled by either side?
We are at the live mark now. He just said Alex's behavior instead of JJ. Like he screws up all the time. Oh, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I need to go quickly grab a few bites of something. I'm gonna be back in like 10-15 minutes, and then we'll sit and we can chat some more before court comes back in session. But I really do need some food, so I will be right back. And that brings us there. So you guys are saying that Colby's coming on this afternoon, is that correct? I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we have rejuvenated ourselves. I got some food. I brought a snack just in case. I keep losing my pen. Nope, there it is. We're good. We got some minutes to spare. I'll just make sure that the live is all the way forward. Yes, it is. We don't want to miss that. What you guys doing? Oh yeah, and I got to make sure it's not on 1.5 zooming. Okay, its playback speed is normal. Thank goodness mom is back. What's going on, kids? My lunch was very good. I am crock potting today. Oh, we got to remind everybody keep it classy. Everybody keep it classy, okay? Well, I don't know what's going on, but keep it classy in here. Stick the emoji. Members can have a keep it classy comment. I've been crock potting, so that helps me have food in times of need. And I hear that the thing to get is a air fryer. My son has an air fryer. I do not have an air fryer. I'm thinking I should get an air fryer. Yes, we've been talking about Colby Ryan coming up. This will be interesting. I am wondering what will transpire with him. He never knew about Chad until later, and he never even met the guy, whatever. So this will be interesting what they're going to talk about today. Will they play the call from him? Probably. They're going to probably play the call from Colby phoning Lori. Crock potting is pretty good too. Set it and forget it. I know some people who were gearing up for this trial. They were meal prepping, which is very smart. I was supposed to meal prep yesterday, didn't make it. Susan says, I hope JP won't bring up Colby's charges. Yeah, who knows how he'll deviously do that. The Ninja Foodie. Okay. Ninja does a pretty good job of their stuff. Just, should I? I probably shouldn't scroll back, should I? Somebody said block button, protect your peace. That's one thing I'm learning is to protect my peace, especially when it comes to men. No shade on the men in here. We're talking about the men around my circle, not this circle. And air fryers, men, and crock pots. I won't scroll back. I'm not scrolling back. Well, we'll see what John Pryor is going to be up to. We always know it's something. And today, probably this afternoon, will be the biggest part of the day, I'm thinking. But I think Colby will be, he'll stand firm against John. But imagine that. Like, imagine being in that position, having to go up on the stand. His siblings are murdered. This clown is the person involved. And he has to keep his cool on a stand. Like, that's a big task. It's a big task. Yes, of course, John. I had to specify. You know, when I say things like that, there might be an example in my head. Not everybody. We're not going to paint that brush. I hope Colby calls him Peter Griffin to his face. Oh, wow. I did not know that. Shelby, where are you at in your journey? Oh, here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're at the conclusion of lunch. Here's the state ready to have the jurors brought back.
Yes, Your Honor.
And who will be the next witness being called?
Colby Ryan.
Okay, and is the defense ready as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, when he walks, he probably just wants to walk straight over to that table and look at Chad being fidgety. He won't be looking up, will he? He's going to have to breathe it out, man. This is a huge moment. Look at that. Yeah, this is a big moment. Colby's hasn't been able to. Really, the only time he saw him was when he was at his mother's court hearing. And then Chad's been in jail ever since.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated.
I hope Colby gives it right back to John Pryor.
All right, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just completed the lunch recess and the state continues with its case in chief. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Colby Ryan.
He'll be good. He'll be okay. Look at Chad fidget like crazy.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ooh. I'm nervous at this point. Are you guys?
Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I'll just inquire, Mr. Ryan, these trial proceedings have been streamed live on the court's YouTube channel and open for public access. Have you reviewed or watched any of this testimony that's taken place?
No.
Oh, and actually,
I was just going to note, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan is not subject to the exclusionary warrant.
I appreciate you
exclusionary
pointing that
rule.
out, Mr. Wood. That's correct. So as a statutorily definite, with the definition here, he would not be subject to that. So disregard my inquiry. Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and proceed.
And before I do, Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibits 6 and 4?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, who is your mother?
Lori Vallow.
How many siblings do you have?
4.
Okay, can you tell us their names?
Cole, Zach, Tylee, and JJ.
And Cole and Zach, what is your specific relationship or relation to them?
They're my stepbrothers.
Who was their father?
Charles Vallow.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, that's an admitted exhibit, correct?
Yes, this is States Exhibit 6.
Okay. Yes, you may.
Mr. Ryan, do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's my sister, Tylee.
What is your specific relation to Tylee?
She's my half sister on my mom's side.
So you share a mother.
Mhm.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan, do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
And if you need a drink of water, I don't know if there's tissues up there.
Yeah, I'm good.
Who is that?
That is my brother, JJ.
And what is your specific relation to JJ?
He is my adopted brother.
Do you recall when JJ was adopted?
Yes.
Do you know who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
He was my stepfather.
And when you say stepfather, how was he your stepfather?
He married my mom.
How long was he married to your mom?
Over 10 years.
All right. And what was your relationship like with Mr. Vallow?
He was my dad. It was good.
So, is it fair to say you were close with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Mr. Vallow passed away,
Yes.
or Charles Vallow? If I say Charles, we understand who we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when he passed away?
Yes.
When was that?
July 11th, 2019.
How did you hear about him passing away?
My mom called me and told me that he had had a heart attack.
And do you remember about what time of day that was?
between like 1 and 3 o'clock, something in the afternoon.
in the afternoon?
Mhm.
Did you have any reason to not believe her that that's how he passed away?
No,
Did you have any occasion to go over and to your mother's house that day?
yes,
And where was that house located?
in Gilbert, Arizona.
Do you know approximately what time you went over?
And my off at work is 7, so around 7:30, 7:45.
Uh, what happened? What was the first thing you saw when you got there?
Tylee opened the door and hugged me, and she was crying. And then I saw my uncle Alex sitting on the couch with a bandage around his head. And then I saw my mom in the backyard, and that was it.
Did you go into the house?
Yes.
Did you see your brother JJ there?
No.
Did you speak with Alex Cox at all that night?
Yes.
How did that conversation go? What did he say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
Statement of a co-conspirator, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Tell us about the conversation with Alex Cox. Well, and before we do that, what was your relation to Alex Cox?
He was my uncle.
And you testified you saw him with something white wrapped around his head.
Yes.
Did you speak to him at all that night?
I asked him what was on his head, and he said that Charles had hit him in the head with a bat and that he had shot him in self-defense.
And is that how you learned how your stepdad died?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else about that altercation?
No.
And did you ever have any other occasion to speak to him about that altercation?
No.
You said you saw your mother that night. And what was her demeanor?
Calm. Unrattled.
What did you think of that?
I thought it was crazy. So I was freaking out, and she seemed to not care.
And did you speak to your mother that night about how Charles had actually died?
Yes.
How did that conversation go?
She told me there was a fight and ran through it very quickly. And it was just in shock. I can't remember exactly what she said, but she just basically gave me a very quick version of the story.
Did she tell you why she had lied to you earlier?
No,
Do you remember if you asked her?
I don't remember.
Did you ever speak with Lori Vallow about Charles Vallow's life insurance policy?
Yes.
When was, do you know if that happened multiple times?
I know she'd mentioned it growing up. She talked to us about what would happen if either one of them, something happened to them, what would happen. I think it was a few weeks later that she brought up that she was not going to receive any of the money from Charles.
Okay, let's just take a quick step back. When you say a few weeks later, what do you mean a few weeks later?
After Charles was murdered.
And she told you then that she was not going to receive that money.
Yes.
From that conversation, was it your understanding that she had been expecting to receive that money?
Yes.
And okay. When Charles was alive, did you ever have occasion to speak with Lori Vallow about her and Charles's finances?
Yes.
Was that something that came up often?
Yes.
About how often, to the best of your recollection?
I would say maybe monthly,
Okay.
once a month.
And what was the general nature of those conversations?
From what I understood, Charles would work and then receive like a bigger amount of money, and then it would kind of run out, and then they'd make another bigger amount, and then it would run out. So it's kind of the nature of the conversation would be that they were running low on money, something to that degree.
And was that a common theme then?
Mhm.
And just to be clear, the common theme that they were running out of money.
Yes.
Do you know who Tylee Ryan's father was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Joseph Ryan.
And I know that you and Joseph Ryan have the same last name.
Yes.
Was he your biological father?
No.
But did you take his last name?
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Ryan is alive or deceased?
He's deceased.
And do you recall when that happened?
Summer of 2018, I think. Something around that time.
You don't remember the exact date?
No.
And were you aware if Tylee Ryan received Social Security benefits after Joe Ryan passed away?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
My mom told me that she would be receiving benefits.
And do you know if she received that monthly?
Yes.
Did you ever receive money from Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
How would that usually happen?
Venmo. She would Venmo me.
Would you ever ask her for some money?
I did, yes.
And about how often would that happen?
Maybe I could recall asking Tylee specifically a couple times. I would mostly ask my mom, and Tylee would be the middleman between those transactions. So I'd ask my mom, and she would tell Tylee to send the money.
Speaking of that, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever send you money by sending it to Tylee, who would then Venmo it to you?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
I would ask my mom, and then she said, okay, Tylee will send it over to you.
Do you recall the last time you saw Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
When was that?
It's August 30th.
And where was that?
It was outside of my work in the parking lot.
Is that in Arizona?
It was in Mesa, Arizona, outside of a gym.
And what was the nature of that visit?
My mom was very vague and said that they were leaving. She brought Tylee and JJ, and Tylee was crying and didn't say anything really. And I hugged JJ, and my mom said that they'd be back in a few weeks to visit.
Did she tell you where she was going?
No,
Do you recall if you asked?
I did ask initially.
But she wouldn't tell you?
No.
Did you receive or did you exchange text messages with Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 2019?
Yes.
What was the nature of that text exchange?
I think I had asked her to send money. And I think we had talked earlier that day a little bit. I didn't talk to her directly, but I had heard her voice, and they said that they were on a trip. And I think I'd asked her for money. I think that's what it was.
Okay. And did she respond? Do you recall?
Yes.
What did she respond?
I don't remember what she said exactly. I remember her last text that she said was just I love you and I love the girls.
And you said you heard her voice earlier that day. How did you hear her voice?
She was in the background of my conversation with my mom.
Right. And did your mom tell you where they were?
She said they're at Yellowstone Park.
Did you ever have a conversation with Lori Vallow after Charles's death about Tylee's Social Security money?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
So if I recall, she said that Tylee's money was not going to be everybody's money since she
Judge,
didn't have
can I
it.
have some foundation as to what time, date, place this discussion took place?
So foundation objection, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, I'll ask a few more questions.
Thank you.
Do you recall approximately when that conversation took place?
I don't.
Okay, was it in person?
I don't recall. I think it was on the phone, maybe.
But it was after Charles's death.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you don't recall the exact date.
No, I don't remember.
What was the nature of that conversation about Tylee's money?
Judge, again, foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yeah. The initial question I had is, how are you going to take care of Tylee and JJ now? And I knew that she wasn't going to be receiving the money. So she said, we're going to supplement some of Tylee's money for now. And I'm going to go work. That was what she said. And that was basically the nature of it. She said, we're going to start using Tylee's money to make it through. And I think that I don't know if they were receiving anything for JJ, but that was the nature of the conversation.
Okay. So you don't recall if she mentioned JJ receiving Social Security?
I don't
funds?
remember, but I know about it. I just don't remember if she said that.
Okay. And do you recall if she said anything about her receiving Social Security benefits after Charles died?
No.
The last time you saw Tylee, was that also the last time you saw JJ? And I think you said that was September or August 30th of 2019.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about November 27th, 2019. Were you contacted by the Gilbert police on November 27th of 2019?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that contact?
They came to our door looking for Tylee and I think JJ as well. I specifically remember them asking about Tylee first.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I said I didn't know where they were.
Do you recall if you told them about the last time you had seen them?
I think so. I think so.
At that time, had you been concerned about Tylee?
Yes.
Why is that?
Our conversations were not normal. The way her dialect and her text, the way she spoke wasn't matching up. And I had texted her for her birthday and just things of that nature. Just wasn't getting calls, wasn't getting any contact in a normal way, and was always avoided. So I thought maybe she was upset with me, but I just didn't want to pressure her because I know she'd been through a lot.
And so you mentioned text messages. Was there a change in those messages?
Yes.
How so?
Just little things like if you capitalize the letter I in periods and emojis, just things like that. Things just didn't sound right. And it just felt off when I was receiving those texts.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with her on the phone?
The last time I directly spoke with Tylee was on the 30th with JJ on FaceTime. So the same day that I saw them.
So you FaceTimed with them later that day?
Yes.
And then you never spoke with her again on the phone? But going back to those text messages, Did you keep receiving text messages throughout September of 2019?
Yes.
And are those the messages that you felt were different?
Yes.
Did you respond to those messages?
Yes.
After the beginning of September, did you continue to receive money from Tylee's Venmo?
I think so.
Do you recall how often?
I think maybe a couple more times. So maybe 2 or 3.
And did you receive any more money from Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And how would she send that?
So she started sending money after I had not heard from her since that day. She started sending money on Cash App. I think she made a separate account and just tried to send money, and it kept denying it because it was a new account. I think it was all through Cash App at that point at just random times.
Okay. And was it in response to you asking for money, or was it just sent? Do you recall?
It was just sent.
After Charles Vallow died, did you ever speak with your mom about her getting married again?
Yes.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
Maybe a few weeks after
After he passed away?
he was gone. Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
It wasn't really a conversation. She just said a one-off thing like, I'll be married again soon. And I disregarded her and told her that I think that's crazy, or maybe she's talking about in the next life. It wasn't a real conversation. It was just a comment she made, and I completely dismissed what she said.
So she didn't give you any details about who she was marrying?
No.
When she was getting married?
No.
Other than soon?
Just soon. Yeah.
Okay. Did your mom ever mention the name Chad Daybell to you?
I don't think so. No. I know she was becoming spiritual, if you want to call it that, for a long time, but she doesn't. I only knew Melanie. I didn't know anybody else that she was spending a ton of time with
And when you say Melanie, which Melanie?
Melanie Gibb.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you contact your mother after November 27th when you were contacted by the Gilbert police?
I immediately contacted her after they left.
And what did you say to her?
I asked her what is going on. Why are the cops asking me where Tylee and JJ are? And she said, I think she asked me, like, what did they ask? And I said, they asked for Tylee and JJ. And I said, what's going on? And she just proceeded to say, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about anything. And then she's like, that's it. Like, I got it.
At that point, did you know where your mother was?
No.
So she had never told you where she was?
No. We speculated based off of the Yellowstone thing, but I didn't have an idea where she actually was.
And you didn't know she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
No.
And she never told you that?
No.
Did you try to contact your mother on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Did she respond to you?
No.
Did you ever have contact after that with your mother before she was arrested?
I think she sent an email not too long, maybe within a couple of weeks. And the nature of the email was, everything's fine. Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry about me. I've got Jesus on my side, blah, blah, blah. But basically just saying, it's okay. I've got things handled.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Here we go. John's gonna get under his skin. Oh boy.
Good afternoon. Can you tell me how old you are?
28.
You mentioned a number of times that you were receiving money from Tylee and Lori. Is that right?
Mhm.
And 2018, 2019.
Yes.
Sound about right?
Yeah.
4, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Financially, is there a reason why they were sending you money?
We were just a young family and I just needed help and I was asking my mom for help.
You were a young family with children of your own?
Yes.
Okay, and just difficulty supporting yourself.
Yeah.
So your sister Tylee was helping out,
Sometimes, yeah.
and that was consistent with her character, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Very caring person,
Very.
very kind person.
Yep.
She was, in many ways, more of a mother figure to JJ than Lori was. Would you agree with that?
I think she was his big sister.
Right. Very caring of JJ, very, very protective of JJ. Would you agree with that?
She loved him. Yeah.
And she understood him better than almost anybody, correct?
Sure.
He had tremendous challenges as a young autistic, 7-year-old autistic child, right?
Hmm.
And of all your siblings, you would probably say that Tylee was probably the kindest, the gentlest, and the most understanding of JJ. Would that be fair?
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that Lori called you to let you know that Charles had died.
Yes.
She didn't tell you that Alex gunned her down in the house, right?
No.
She lied to you,
Yes.
said it was a heart attack.
Yes.
So you're Lori's son, natural son, right?
Yes.
So Lori Vallow lied to her son the first time, saying that Charles died of a heart attack, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of lying in a lot of places.
And Lori lied a lot to you, right?
Other people too were. Yeah.
But Lori lied a lot to you.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
And then you mentioned the name Melanie Gibb.
Mhm.
Was Melanie Gibb in on this lying to you as well about covering things up?
I didn't speak to Melanie Gibb.
Okay. But Lori and Melanie were the best of friends, right?
You could say that.
Yeah. And Lori met Melanie because Melanie was teaching classes about religion and about various religious topics, and Lori gained an interest in that, and that's how that friendship started, correct?
I'm not exactly sure. She was at our Christmas party one time and then she was there as her friend. So I didn't know what their exact connection was.
When was that Christmas party?
2018.
Okay. And the two of them were together, and it was abundantly clear that the two of them were very, very close friends, right?
Sure.
Okay. At the time that your mother notified you, you were at work, is that right?
Yes.
So did you get that message while you were actually working, or was it over a break, or how did that transpire?
So I was in the middle of my workday and she called me and then I went over there after work
And where were you working at that time?
at Anytime Fitness.
Okay. And so you took a break. Do you need to take a break?
No, you're good.
Okay. You took a break, and your mother called you or texted you and said there was a heart attack.
Yes.
No mention of self-defense.
No.
No mention that Alex shot Charles in self-defense, right?
No.
She was clearly lying to her son, right?
Hmm.
Now, the fight that occurred between Charles and Alex, Tylee was there, and she was implicated in that, correct?
Yes.
And she was present for that fight and that entire altercation, from what you understand, correct?
Objection, states facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Correct?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your father isn't Joseph Ryan, correct?
No.
But are you aware that your mother in 2018 received a sizable life insurance policy from Joseph Ryan?
I am now, yes.
You are now, like right now?
I mean, I heard that later on, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're aware that financially, Lori Vallow had a significant amount of money as of middle or late of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. During this time that there was discussion with Charles about financing, was it Charles Vallow who was the primary financer of the family's expenses?
Yes.
Your mother chose not to work.
She worked, I think, in the beginning, and then I think he just took over. I'm not sure. I was a child.
Okay, so when there was financial issues, it was your mother putting this all on Charles to provide for the family. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you already previously mentioned that you communicate with Tylee at least like once a month. Is that fair, or was it more frequently than that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You communicated with Tylee at least once a month. Was that fair?
Growing up or?
Well,
you
in
mean?
the last couple of years.
Yeah,
Okay,
More
and
than
the
that.
manner that you would communicate was by text message.
primarily.
Okay. And how often with JJ would you communicate with JJ?
I mean, it really depends. Tylee and I would see them more often, so I didn't have much time for them not being around.
Okay.
So before that, it wasn't once a month. It was a lot more frequent. They
Right,
lived in the same place and I would go see them.
Okay. And when you communicated with Tylee, or excuse me, when you communicated with JJ, it was always Tylee there, right? Usually?
Yeah.
Not Lori.
She would be there too.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you saw Tylee on August 30th in Mesa, Arizona. That was the last time you saw them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that Tylee was obviously upset.
Yes.
Did you have any prior information that Tylee just did not want to go to Idaho?
No, because I didn't know she was going to Idaho.
Okay. So she was obviously upset about something.
Yeah.
And it was the day that they were packing up to leave to go to Idaho. Is that right?
Yes.
And prior to that time, there was no indication that Tylee was upset about anything else. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember that? And from August 30th, you then had a FaceTime call with both Tylee and JJ later that afternoon, late evening.
Mhm.
Do you know about what time that was?
Probably when I got home, so anywhere between 7 to 8 p.m.
Okay, and you don't know where they were at that point, though, right?
They were back at the house.
In Gilbert?
Yes.
Okay. They hadn't left, but they were preparing to leave.
They were leaving in the morning, from what I
Was-
understood.
Was Tylee still upset about the fact that she was leaving for Idaho?
Not on the phone call, no.
Okay. Now on the back in late November, you had then had an occasion to talk with your mother, is that right? After the Gilbert police spoke with you?
Yes.
And again, your mother lied to you again.
Yes.
Was Melanie Gibb there
Where?
on the phone? Had any indication that Melanie Gibb was there listening in on the phone call?
No.
You don't know whether she was or not, or you just don't know?
I have no idea if she was there.
Okay. Now, your mother's a strong personality, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
She's not someone that people can tell her what to do. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So you think she could be influenced very easily, right?
That's a big gap between not influential and influential.
Okay, but you would agree that your mother is one to speak her opinion when she has an opinion about a subject, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to ever interact or observe the way your mother talks to her friends? Let's say Melanie Gibb, how she interacts with someone like Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
And that sort of interaction between them, your mother was a wallflower, or did she tend to speak her opinion when she spoke with her good friend Melanie Gibb?
Can you define wildflower?
Wallflower, someone very passive, who wouldn't argue, someone who would just accept the way things are.
She did not like confrontation.
Okay.
She avoided it. So take that for what it is. I don't know.
Okay, so if getting in a discussion with Melanie Gibb, she would avoid confrontation. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in late November, after the police called you, that JJ and Tylee were with Melanie Gibb?
No.
Yeah, Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Can we redirect?
I swear.
Just briefly.
Go ahead.
He needs it to be Melanie Gibb.
You were just asked about kind of your mother's personality,
Mm-hmm.
whether she was a wallflower. And you said that you believed your mom had a strong personality. But that she,
I'm going to object. I don't recall that testimony.
Overruled.
but you said you thought your mom could be influenced.
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that your mom had become more religious over the years. And you were asked if she could be influenced.
Yes.
Do you believe your mother was influenced by Chad Daybell?
Objection, Judge.
Grounds.
It's speculation. There's no foundation to base what he's basing this on.
It's a question of belief. It's overruled.
100%. I think she could be influenced. Yes.
Okay, and my question was, do you believe she was influenced by Chad Daybell?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. Foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, on that very last point, if you'd like, Mr. Pryor, recross. If not, we'll be concluded with the witness. And just limited to that last line of questioning you objected on, I'll allow recross.
Your Honor, I would just note, I think that question was directly in line with his cross.
Understood. I'll allow the recross.
Judge, am I permitted to go forward?
Yes, but only on that last question or two.
Now, in August of 2018, or August of 2000, excuse me, August of 2019, you had never heard of Chad Daybell, is that right?
Correct.
And you testified previously that your mother said, and please let me get to the quote. And it was a few weeks after Charles passed away, and Charles passed away in July of 2019, right? You said, I will be married again soon, but she didn't specify who she was talking about, right?
Correct.
And at that point in July of 2019, you didn't know very much about Chad Daybell either, did you?
No.
Had never even heard the name, right?
No.
And then in August, almost September of 2019, correct?
Yeah.
You had never heard of Chad Daybell. You didn't even know where or why they were going to Idaho, did you?
No.
And then we fast forward to November, 2 months later, within 60 days, you have a conversation with your mother about where's JJ, correct? And at that point, you'd never heard or mentioned the name Chad Daybell, is that right?
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, you mentioned the fact that your mother, there was a call and a communication where your mother had been locked up. And at that point, you had a confrontation call with her. And at that point, you never heard about Chad Daybell, correct?
No, in December of 2019, there was a release, and that's how we found out that she was married
Okay,
and that the kids were missing, and that's how we found out.
okay. So after December of 2019, after everything started processing, that's when you drew this conclusion that Chad Daybell must be influencing her. It wasn't anything up until December of 2019. Is that fair?
I mean, they ran away together.
Well,
So
I understand that, but
Yeah.
prior to December of 2019, to your knowledge, Chad Daybell wasn't even in the picture. Is that right?
correct.
Yeah, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
He's doing a good job answering
Alright,
some of those
um,
questions.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of this witness. Is the witness going to be recalled at any point, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
There's some pretty good ones that he said, that Colby said. There was a couple of good ones that he said back. So it's great. I like when he was talking about how Lori can be influenced, or she has a pretty big personality, and I love his responses. He did a pretty good job on there. Thank you, Amber. Briar equals train wreck. And so much of Melanie Gibb. Like, can we stop with the Melanie Gibb, please? Colby's doing a great job. I thought there would be a little bit more right now with Colby, but we'll see what happens.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony of Mr. Ryan then. Mr. Ryan, you potentially may be recalled at some point in this case. If so, you'll be contacted either by the state or the defense. Otherwise, you are permitted to step down, and that concludes your testimony for today. Any further witness to call this afternoon? Well, I should say we've still got time. So who will the state be calling next, assuming we've got one?
Your Honor, the state will be calling David Warwick.
Very well.
I'm hoping that he's going to be able to hear okay, because in previous times, David had issues with hearing. David was also there the weekend that JJ
I swear
was
or affirm the
killed.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, Mr. Warwick, have you viewed or listened in on any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed your testimony with anyone else?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
David Dale Warwick.
Will you spell it for the reporter, please?
Oh, spell it. Sorry. DavidDaleWarwick.
Thank you. And Mr. Warwick, where do you live?
Pleasant Grove, Utah,
What do you do for a living?
a general contractor.
I'm going to ask you some questions, drawing your attention back to roughly 5 years ago. Are you familiar with the name Chad Daybell?
Yes,
How are you familiar with his name?
I think since 2012, if I recall.
When did you first become familiar, or how did you first become familiar with his name?
There was a book that he had done done a book with Julie Rowe. And I just knew that he was the author or publisher of that.
At any point in time, did you have any contact with Mr. Daybell?
At that time,
At any point in time?
yes.
When did you first have contact with him?
He reached out to me to wanting to do a book with me.
Do you recall approximately when that occurred?
2015 is what I'm thinking that was.
How did he reach out to you?
He's communicated. He's called me, he's texted me and emailed me, and I just can't remember which one was first.
Had you ever initiated any of that contact?
No,
What was your reaction to his request that you write a book?
I just said I needed to think about it, and because of the content, I needed approval from above.
So did you decide ultimately to write a book for him?
No,
After that initial contact, however it came, did he continue to reach out to you to request this?
yes,
How often did he reach out to you?
probably 3 or 4 times over a year.
How did he do that?
Text and email mainly. I think we only had 1 phone call.
What was your reaction to those continued requests?
I just said no.
At any point in time, did you ever have any personal contact with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that first happening?
The first time was at a meeting in Rigby, Idaho.
And tell the jury about this meeting. What was the meeting?
It's they were having a meeting about priesthood power and dealing with the darkness of this world and evil.
Who was having the meeting?
John Miller.
And approximately when did this meeting occur?
If I remember right, it was fall of 2015.
And why did you have occasion to attend that meeting?
Because John Miller reached out to me.
Did you
Asked me to come.
Did you know Mr. Miller before this?
I did not.
Did you have any understanding why Mr. Miller had reached out to you?
Yes, I had done a few firesides, and anyway, so people got to know me through others that way, and so he reached out to me thinking that I would be interested in this.
I think you indicated that this meeting occurred in Rigby, Idaho.
Yes.
And where in Rigby was this meeting?
Where?
Mhm.
It was at his home.
Do you recall who all was in attendance at the meeting?
Not everybody. Most of the people I didn't know.
Who do you recall and was at the meeting?
John Miller, Larry Hilton, Tom Harrison, Bob Walker, Sosa. Now, some of these guys I met because we carpooled up, so that's why I remember their names. But then the others that were there, that's where I met Chad.
When you were at this meeting, did you have any occasion to have a conversation with Chad?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what was the conversation about and how did that come to be?
He just came up and said that he was going to go to his house, and he wanted me to come over. He said Julie Rowe and a few of her associates were coming, and they actually showed up at this meeting too. And anyway, I said, no, I'm not here. I'm here for this meeting. And I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay because I was asked to be at this meeting by the host. So
What was Chad specifically asking of you?
he just asked me to come with him.
And did you eventually do that?
Yeah, he went and talked to John Miller and they were having a lunch break. And John said, yeah, go ahead and go. It'll be okay. Just, we can just resume when you get back.
At that point, did you want to go?
No, I didn't, but there was some curiosity to what's going on. So, but I just went out of respect.
And where did you go?
We went to Chad's home
Where was his home located?
in Rexburg.
What did you do at his home?
We walked around his property and this is the first time I had met Julie Rowe also. And basically she was helped telling him how the property was to be laid out and organized for tents to be set up and a building to be built for preparations.
Why did Julie Rowe explain this information? What was her basis of understanding?
My understanding is she had a vision or she was having visions. I wasn't informed on the details of what was going on. It was more of a meet and get acquainted.
Did you recall meeting anybody else at that meeting besides Ms. Rowe? Let me withdraw that and be clear. While at Chad's property, do you recall meeting anybody else besides being there with Chad and Ms. Rowe?
Yeah, there were several other men there, but I don't recall their names.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Chad's wife?
Yes.
And who was that you met?
Tammy.
When did you meet Tammy?
When we were in their living room, Chad had her come out and introduced us to his wife.
Was that at the same meeting that you were there with Julie Rowe that Chad had brought you to?
Yes.
Did Tammy participate in the conversation or walking around the property?
No, she didn't.
Any understanding why she did not do that?
I just didn't feel like she was interested. But, that was just my feelings.
How did that meeting eventually end?
When we got done walking around the property, we just left and went back to John Miller's.
Did you have any other interaction with Chad at that point, at that meeting?
No.
Do you recall any other occasions that you met Chad personally after that meeting?
Yes.
When's the next time that you recall having met with him personally?
There was a conference in Brigham City, Utah that I was asked to speak at, and Chad was there.
To the best you can recall, approximately when was that conference?
2017 is my guess. That's the best that would be my guess. I don't remember exactly.
But it was after your meeting at John Miller's house?
Yes.
What was your interaction with Chad at that conference?
We just talked. I saw him over there at his booth when we had a break, and I went and just talked with him for a few minutes.
Anything of note in the conversation?
No.
Did you have any impressions at that point of Chad's just general nature and his demeanor?
No, he's just, Chad's always been very, very kind, very meek.
Anything else about the way he conducted himself or interacted with people at that point in time?
No.
When's the next time that you recall seeing Chad in person?
At Lori Vallow's house in Chandler, Arizona.
And when did that happen?
August of 2019.
What was your occasion for being at that meeting?
Lori, I was with Melanie and we were doing a couple of firesides in Arizona. And Lori called when we were coming back down from the northern Arizona and said, hey, we got some friends here. We'd like you. They wanted her to bring me over to meet me. So they said they were just having like a luncheon she had prepared food and just asked us to come and stop by.
When you say Melanie, are we speaking of your spouse?
Yes.
And who is your wife, just to clarify for the jury?
Who's what?
Who is your wife? What's
Yeah.
What was Melanie's last name at the time?
Oh, sorry, Gibb. Sorry.
And you're still married?
Yes.
So who do you recall being at that luncheon or that meeting at Lori's house?
Chad, Lori, Melanie Boudreau, I think was her name. Alex Cox, Zulema, and then there was a lady there named Julie.
Was it the same Julie Rowe?
No,
During that meeting, was there any conversation that occurred?
yeah, it was sitting around a table and eating food, and conversation was happening while we were eating.
Anything else? What was the general subject of the conversation while you were at the meeting?
That they were talking about the 144,000 and about the gathering of the 144,000. And
I'm going to pause you there for the jury's sake. When you say they were talking about it, who was talking about the 144,000?
Chad, Lori, but they were all talking about it. It was not really a formal meeting. It was kind of a lot of conversation. And I was just picking up on what they were talking about.
To the best you can recall, what things do you remember Chad or Lori saying about the 144,000?
That they were responsible to gather them. It was their call.
Now, were these things that just one of them was saying? Let me withdraw that. Was Chad saying these things?
I don't remember which one was saying it.
But one of the two?
I would say it was one of the two because they were the host of this meeting.
Any reason to think that they both weren't embracing or believing whatever it is that they were talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
Anything else that came up in that conversation besides the 144,000?
They talked about they all have these special gifts that they were given, and what they were gonna. They talked about they had multiple lives and done things in previous lives.
When you talk about these special gifts, did they elaborate at all on these special gifts?
It was yeah, there was. I just remember a couple. One was had power over the elements of the earth and had to be in certain places a certain time to facilitate whatever God was doing.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but could I have some foundation as to exactly which one of these guests was that talking about that?
Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. I'll ask some questions, Judge. So you just mentioned this gift about power over the elements. Do you recall for the jury, who was it at this meeting that had those types of powers?
Zulema.
Were there any other special powers that were mentioned at the meeting?
And yeah, that I can recall, no. I remember Alex was he either knew or he was told that he was the angel that came to stop Laman and Lemuel when Nephi was being smitten.
Is that an LDS reference?
Yes.
What did Alex think about that or say about that particular belief?
He felt good because he was doing something good. He felt good that he was a good guy.
And during that meeting, did Chad ever discuss with you any role that he might want you to have in this gathering?
At that time, I don't think he did. I think it was for me just to get acquainted.
Did you have any discussions with him about your reaction to some of those things that were being taught?
Yes.
What discussion did you have with him about that?
But if somebody's gonna have the position to call the 144,000, that I felt like that would be a prophet of God that would have that responsibility.
Is it fair to say that you didn't believe that Chad was a prophet of God at that point,
No,
at any point?
no.
So did you tend to agree with some of those teachings that Chad was engaging in that day?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization.
I can respond.
Oh, it's overruled. Go ahead.
Did you have any disagreement? I'm sorry, let me withdraw that. You can ask the question if you remember what it was.
I'm sorry,
I'll re-ask it. Did you agree or disagree generally with the things that Chad and others were teaching at that meeting?
I disagreed.
Do you remember specifically, besides the issue of a prophet, anything else that you disagreed with?
Yeah, they did. They talked about Satan having power to push people out of their bodies and taking possession of them. And then the person's spirit would be stuck in limbo. They couldn't go forward because the body was still alive.
Did you discuss that teaching with Chad at all?
Yeah, I just said Satan was never allowed that power because that's something he wanted to do from the beginning. And God put a boundary there so that he could not do that.
So you didn't believe these things, is that
No.
fair? Okay. During that meeting, did you notice anything about the way Chad and Lori interacted with one another?
They seemed really close. I mean, they were, they were really friendly with one another.
When you said really close and friendly, could you describe that more for the jury?
Well, I just noticed when Lori brought the food to the table, she kind of leaned on him as she put his plate down.
What did that indicate to you?
Affection.
For speculation.
Judge,
Sustain.
did you notice anything else about their behavior that indicated to you anything about their relationship?
No.
Had you ever met Lori before that meeting?
No.
And was there another time that you interacted with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that occurring?
It was September of 2019.
And what was that occasion?
I was at Lori's house to do a podcast with Lori and Melanie. And so I was there for that weekend and Chad came over.
When you said you were at Lori's house, where was that at?
It was in Rexburg.
Did you get invited to come?
Yes.
And were you in Idaho for any other reason at that point?
We had just moved my son up to Pocatello, Idaho. So I was coming up to see them and I was coming up for the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference. And then, and Melanie and Lori had been wanting to do a podcast. And so I just kind of made a weekend of it. And my plan was to stay in a hotel in Idaho Falls to be in between both places. But Melanie invited me and said, Lori said, stay here. Don't need to put money in a hotel. We got an extra room for you. So.
And that was in reference to Lori's place?
Mhm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe Lori's place that you went and stayed at, just so the jury has an understanding of the layout?
It was, when you walked in, there was a living room and a kitchen, just one room, and then a stairs on the right that went up to the bedrooms and bathrooms.
And when you arrived, who do you recall being at her apartment?
Lori and Alex and Melanie.
What about children? Were there children there?
JJ.
Did you have any occasion to interact with JJ when you arrived there?
Yes, I tried a couple of times. He was sitting on the couch playing games, and so I tried to just get to know him a little bit, but he was pretty into his game.
Did he respond to you then, or?
No.
And do you have any special needs children yourself, Mr. Warwick?
Yes,
Can you tell us about that?
I have a Down syndrome boy
Object. What's the
with
relevance of this?
autism.
Hold on. There's a
Oh,
pending
sorry.
objection. I haven't ruled. It's sustained.
Relevance.
Judge, may I argue?
No, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Okay. Did you have any further interaction with JJ at that point?
Just one more time. He had a box and he was cutting windows and doors in it, making a little toy house out of a cardboard box.
Did you try to talk to him on that occasion?
I did.
Any interaction with him then?
No,
I think you already mentioned Chad was at this meeting or gathering.
he showed up at least 2 or 3 times. He was kind of in and out.
Do you recall what span of time were you staying at Lori's apartment on this occasion?
Friday night through Monday morning.
So roughly 3 days?
Yes.
So when you said that Chad was in and out, approximately how many times was Chad coming over that you recall?
I can recall twice for sure. It may have been a third time, but it's
When he came, how long would he stay?
maybe a half hour to an hour. It was never long.
Did you have any conversations with Chad while he was there?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to when these meetings supposedly took place?
Wixom.
Certainly. When do you recall, the best you can by month and year, that you were at Lori's house on this occasion?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Best you can remember, can you let the jury know what month and year were you at Lori's house on this occasion?
So September 2019.
And so back to the question about Chad. What do you remember talking to Chad about when he first?
Judge, again, I'm going to renew my foundation. We don't know which day of the week we're talking about since this was a 4-day weekend.
Well, that's more appropriate for cross, so
Okay.
it is vague, but Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you. When's the first time over the course of the weekend that you can remember that Chad came over? Do you remember what day of that weekend it was?
It was the weekend, September 20 to 23 or 19 to 23 or 19 to 22. I mean, whatever that weekend was, I just remember I remember the 23rd. So
This has been 5 years ago.
yeah.
Do you remember, you said earlier that you were there from Friday to roughly Monday morning.
Yeah.
Do you remember which day of that weekend that you first recalled Chad coming over?
Saturday.
So when Chad came over, explain to the jury what, if any, conversation that you had with him at that time.
They talked about, anyway, that's when I'm trying to remember what the reason was coming over. I don't remember the intent for the reason, but we talked about that's when I learned about more of their relationship.
What did you learn?
That they had been together in past lives and that they had a mission to do together.
Did they explain at that time what that mission was together?
Yes,
What was it?
to gather the 144,000.
Did they discuss any more about their personal religious beliefs along that vein?
They just talked about terrestrial buildings that are on this earth that they can see. And
What did you understand that to mean? Did you say terrestrial or
Yeah.
terrestrial?
terrestrial.
What did you understand that to mean?
Um, just what it says.
Did they explain what they thought that meant?
They just said, we want you to come over and we'll show it to you. So, I mean, anyway,
Come over where?
it was at some park next to a church.
So did you leave the apartment and go with them?
Well, we didn't go, we just went over there and met with them there.
So you left the apartment and met them at the park?
Yes.
Who did you meet at the park?
Chad and Lori and Melanie.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to the date or the day of the week and the time that this took place?
Mr. Rickson, it's vague. I'll overrule the objection, but it's up to you.
Do you remember which day of the weekend specifically that you would have gone to meet them at the park?
Sunday.
When you got to the park, what happened?
We just walked around the park and they described the building.
What did they describe?
About a 2-story building made of stone and arches, and that's about all I can recall.
You don't recall any specifics about the significance of the building or anything like that?
I don't.
Could you see a building the same place they were saying it was located?
No.
What did you see?
A beautiful park.
Did you perceive in any way, through your own observation, whether or not you thought Chad and Lori thought this building was there?
No.
No, you didn't perceive it?
No, I didn't perceive that. I didn't perceive that they were seeing the building. Is that what you mean?
That's my question, yes.
I'm sorry. Honestly,
Judge, non-responsive.
sorry.
Sustained.
Sir, could you tell if Chad and Lori thought the building was there?
They talked like they did, but I didn't feel any truth in it.
Did they give you any reason why they were telling you about this or trying to show you this building?
And no, there was never really any reason explained. I think they were just trying to get my confidence,
What do you mean by that?
get me familiar with what they were doing and to
What,
get,
what was your perception about why they were trying to get you familiar with what they were doing?
my perception was at the time, I honestly didn't know what to expect. I was just kind of following along. But as I felt like they were just trying for me to be familiar with them and what they have and their gifts so that I can be confident or more, I'm not sure if I'm coming up with the right word. More of an assurance that what they are doing is true. Kind of like trying to witness what they have.
Prior to walking around this park at any time on Friday or Saturday, had you expressed anything back to Chad about any of these teachings or beliefs that were being discussed?
I just talked to him about Satan and the evil spirits. They don't have that power. It's not going to be given them, and that the gathering of 144,000, that would be done by the prophet or somebody called under his authority.
Would it be fair to say that you'd explain to them that you weren't really accepting these beliefs?
Yeah.
Now, during this weekend, at any time, did you observe anything about Chad and Lori's interaction with each other that gave you any clues about the relationship?
They were more affectionate.
In what regard?
He walked up behind her and put his arms around her.
Anything else?
It's, I think there was a kiss on the cheek. There was some head rubbing.
Anything about that aspect of their relationship that bothered you that weekend?
Yes.
What was it that bothered you?
That he was still married to Tammy.
Did you ever confront him about that?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I just asked him about, his marriage to Tammy, if she was, was she happy? Was he happy with her? Was she a good wife? Was she a good mother?
How'd he respond?
He said, yes, she was very good. And he said that she was good.
Anything else in that conversation specifically?
Well, they said that Lori was going to be his next wife. They'd been married before and they're going to fulfill this mission together, and that he had a dream that Tammy was going to be passing by the time he was 50 or 51.
Did you have anything further that you said to him about that?
I just, not that I can recall. I know we talked more, but I can't recall I just felt uncomfortable that you'd have a call like that and you're still married.
Now, when you say a call like that, can you explain to the jury what you mean by a call like that?
The call that he was called to gather the 144,000.
So did you have any interactions with Chad that you can recall on Sunday of that weekend? I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. After you got back from the park, did you have any further interaction with Chad that weekend?
Yes.
What was that interaction?
He said that there was 80 acres for sale over there by his place. And I have an associate that once wanted to do a development in Rexburg. And so he told me about this 80 acres that would be a good place to do it. And I just told him, I said, well, I don't have time. It's Sunday. I don't do business on Sunday, but I said, I'll go ahead and drive by it and just see if I get any vibes. And then talk to this associate of mine down in Utah about it.
What did you mean by see if you get any vibes? What did that mean?
Just to see if it felt like a good place to do a development.
As a builder, does this happen with you sometimes? Do people come?
Yes.
And then how did that interaction end when you went over and looked at the property?
Yeah, we went over there we followed Alex over. He took us to where it was, and we just got out and we were just looking at the property and getting ready to leave. And then Chad and a guy that he was serving with in church, a realtor named Ron, they showed up.
Any more conversation with Chad while you were there at the property?
Nah, he just wanted Ron to meet me, and then Ron wanted to go over the deal, and I just said, just send me emails on it. I don't want to talk about it today.
When you were done looking at his property, did you eventually go back to Lori's apartment?
Yes.
Did you have more conversation with Chad then at the apartment?
Not that I can recall.
At any point over this weekend, did Chad ever suggest that you would have any role in this 144,000 gathering?
Yes.
When did that occur? Remember what day?
I believe that was on Saturday.
And what was that conversation?
That I was to assist him in gathering the 144,000. And that's actually when I said, well, that would be a call that would come from a prophet. And two, I knew that my life, even if that call existed, my life is not in order to be able to do it, to be able to do something like that.
Mr. Wixom, I'm going to suggest we take our mid-afternoon break at this time, just give them time.
Certainly.
So we'll go ahead and try to come back on around quarter till, 10 till if possible, to give the jurors enough time to take a break, and we'll come back on for remaining testimony.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thanks.
Okay. Judge Boyce is like, I think we need a little bit of a wake up. So everybody wake up and go. Okay, here's what I heard. David met Chad back in 2015. If we fast forward to 2019, the weekend that JJ was killed, David was there. He saw Chad multiple times. Chad and Lori take him to a beautiful park, but say that there's a building on it, and there's no building on it, from what I understand. And so David's like, well, they wanted me to see this, but I didn't see it, and I didn't believe it. Yeah, so man, that took a long time to get to that point. It's like an hour and a half to get to that point. No, fair. We did have Colby on the stand too. We had Colby on the stand. Break is until 1:45, so we have about 15 minutes or so. Now, David is also the one that called BS the morning that he woke up. They were getting ready to leave on the 23rd of September, which is the morning that JJ was buried and potentially killed. And he asked where JJ was, and they said, oh, JJ was being a zombie. He was climbing up on the cupboards and knocked a picture over of Jesus. And David's the one who's like, that didn't sound like, he thought it was a load of you know what. So this is interesting. I wish David's answers would be a little more concise, because it is a little some people are saying that it was hard to follow, but I feel like it was just, not as concise, let's say. Oh, sorry. So now they're leaving off where this 80 acres are for sale. And Chad wanted the realtor to meet David at the property. Yeah, I'm not calling down David for not being as concise. He's answering how he's normally answering. But it would be nice. I wish it would be a little bit more, only because it helps, right? Obviously, it helps for the jurors. Brenda says, I love that Chad has to sit there and hear that David didn't believe any of it. Now, remember, Chad and Lori were angry with Melanie Gibb and saying, well, we sure could feel your David's influence on you, right? So they were blaming a lot on David because they want desperately for them to be believed, right? And David's like, I don't know. Some of this stuff, I don't know. That's not right. So they were recorded saying that to Melanie. Kim says, I want a huge timeline by Leave It to Linda. The timeline hours I put in this alone are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours. Well, if you think over 200 videos, some timelines sometimes take me 2 days, like a full days. I love that David said, I don't think Chad could be leading 144,000. Only a prophet of God could do that in Chad's face. Oh, Valerie, so when you are typing on the right, where you see the little emoji where the typing space is, you click that and it should show up. So imagine you go to this beautiful park, right? And you're just wanting a good time. You're there for the weekend and whatnot. And they go, and here is the beautiful building. And you're like, where's the building? Do you see a building? I don't see a building. What the heck are they talking about? There's a building. Look at the glorious building with the windows and the door. And you're like, who's seeing a building right now? Are you seeing a building? Like what do you do? Honestly. Like, oh, okay, we're not supposed to be opening our eyes right now. Just close it. Maybe you'll see it in your third eye. So just close your eyes. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. I still don't see the freaking building. Do you see it? No, I don't. What are they on today? What do you do with that? Honestly, what do you do? And if it's near dinner time, right? They're like, I don't see a building, but I sure would like to see maybe some sushi right now or some Vietnamese food right now. Like, can we see a restaurant soon? Because I'm getting hungry. Like, what do you say? What do you say to that? Like, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, even though they don't drink, but like, come on. What do you do? The best is if you had to invite a realtor to the property. Hi, this is them. This is Chad and Lori. Deadpan. They're like, could we get a estimate on what the building on this park would be? And the realtor's going, sure, where's the building? You know, the building. Could we get an estimate as to how much it would be if we wanted to sell it? You're just like, you know, I think I got another client I have to go to. Like, what is she gonna say? Oh, would you like me to sit in the open house for you? Literally an open house. Karen's like, what's the property tax on that building? I'm like, what are you sure I'll sit in open house for you? Like, anybody want to order a pizza? Do you know the address to this beautiful building where we can sit in the imaginary lobby or perhaps the beautiful kitchen and sit around the imaginary table like Peter Pan and we'll order some food? Like, look at this spacious property. We have the beautiful, gorgeous windows that you could see a mile away. Like, oh, this beautiful building. Chad and Lori Chad probably carried her over the threshold. And it's just like, I just can't leave it on the invisible front porch. Skip the dishes. Do you guys have skip the dishes or what do you guys have down there? We have skip the dishes and DoorDash. We need a fake building emoji. Let us give you a walkthrough of our building. Here we have the foyer. Watch. Oh, take your shoes off. Take your shoes off. We don't want to get any dirt in the kitchen. As we walk down the hallway, you could see the beautiful bedroom to the right. Oh, that's Chad and Lori's bedroom. Like what? Up the imaginary stairs we go. Like how do you keep a straight face? How do you keep a straight face, you guys? This would be me because if I thought it was a load, you know what? I'd be like, excuse me, where's your washroom located? I need to use the girls' room. Where's that located? Can we barbecue at the back? Oh, you know, I get tired when I start to laugh and giggle and be silly, but come on. What is a beautiful building? It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I loved what you did with the place. The curtains, like, are just absolutely divine. You just can't put a price on this luxury. You can't put a price on it. Excuse me, realtor, what is this house worth? The realtor's like, it's only worth what someone would pay for it. Who is your decorator? I'm sorry, you guys. Look, I had to go a little bit on that. I do need my microphone for this. Tell me, how many days on the market would you say it would take to sell this place? Should I do any renovations before we list it? Anyway, I'll tell you this. Watching Colby earlier broke my heart. I was trying to keep it together. And so when I get giggles like this, you know I'm tired. You know my brain has had a lot of information. And at some point I was emotional before that. So this is my way to get it all out. How many days is the possession date? Hey, speaking of which, I was asking earlier because David said he disagreed with what was discussed in August 19th at Lori's house in Chandler, Arizona. He talked and he said they talked about the Satan hour. Now, you might not have caught that when I said, wait a minute, did they say the Satan hour? And here's why. I've been saying this for 4 years, okay? 4 years. I have been talking about the witching hour. If you guys have seen my videos, you know I've been talking about this for a long time. I believe they all died in the same hour, at the witching hour. And I've been talking about this forever and ever. And today, my friends, he brought up the Satan hour. How many times have I said that? A cajillion. So, looks like there's another video in the works. I have been talking about that forever and a day. So, that's important. I did the timelines for Tylee, JJ, Tammy, even Tammy. And I also have a theory about a few things on that. So I really got to get going on these things because how much more do we have to deal with Chad Daybell? Not a lot. So this has been forever in the making about talking about that. I got some pushback, but there's a method to my madness. So a lot of people thought that when Alex was carrying JJ, he was already gone. I don't believe that. Well, I know that not to be true, actually, because of well, I shouldn't say I know that to be true because technically I don't. But what they were saying with the bound tape and all that, that would have been after. So it wasn't then. And for me, it all happened at the same time. So I have a couple more things to say on that, but I don't say it too loud until I do an official video because there's a couple people that likes to borrow and make it like their own. So David, I think David had the nightmare in the middle of the night. They didn't say though. I don't remember when, but hopefully they bring it up this afternoon about this nightmare. You know John's going to ask. So 3 a.m. is the witching hour. And some say between 3 and 4. So hopefully they'll talk about the nightmare. But there is one of them they didn't have pings for, one of them they did. And Alex was over at Lori's the night that Tylee was murdered, and it was between 2 and 4:30. And then it was quite detailed on that, if I remember correctly. Yes, Denise, Linda, the church doesn't teach anything about the Satan witching hour, but these guys aren't the LDS. Wouldn't you agree? It's like borrow from here, borrow from here, borrow from there. And I have another video on that about borrowing from different things. So there's lots of 315. Yeah. 315. Okay, so Highway Star, this is a good point because 315 is my theory. And also, you heard it here. I've talked about this before. Alex, there's a 315 during the daytime, which also backs my 315 remark, even though his wasn't in the middle of the night. But oddly, there's a 315 timestamp that I've talked about before. I think that would have been on Alex's video. I did 2 on Alex, specifically one when he died. Now, that was before we knew exactly what was going on. So I was like, I don't know if it's natural or not, blah, blah, blah. And then there was another one that you can hear somebody there. And I was like, wait a minute, who's this other voice? So check that out. And Highway Star, I have another theory about that, but that one's going to have to wait. Absolutely agree with you, Linda, about the time when he died. And I think you have been saying this all along. I remember. Yep. I've been talking about this a long time. So I may not be so crazy when I was talking about the coded messages too. David M says the witching hour is between 12 a.m. and the devil's hour is between 3 and 4. 3 and 4 is the one I'm talking about. I call it the witching hour. I might have called it the devil's hour before, but that's the time I'm talking about, not the midnight one. So and so when he said Satan hour, I was like, oh, now they're talking about it. Now, Brandon and Charles are a little bit different because Brandon and Charles was an opportunity thing. Charles came in and she invited him over to the house. They are different wild cards, but I don't want to send you guys to that video because I'm doing a remake on one. Because there's a pattern to their deaths. Yeah, he said Satan hour. They were talking about being at Lori's in Chandler, Arizona on August 2019. And they were talking about special gifts in previous lives and the power of elements of and all that. And then David said, he said, I disagreed with what they were discussing. And he said they talked about the Satan hour. Well, the 3 a.m. is for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Okay. And those all happened in September and October. Harder for Brandon in the middle of the night to get to. And also with Charles, he's the one who flew in and he was staying at a hotel and then came over to Lori's. But they were both in the morning, early morning. The only thing is Brandon was supposed to come back early around the same time as Charles, like if we compared it. But Brandon went to the gym and then came back. Charles died on July 11th, 2019. And Alex tried to shoot Tammy in the daytime as well, but I think it was later afternoon, early evening. But I still have questions about that. I have questions about that because of where it was on the property and Alex coming right up to her. It's interesting. But I do have a theory as well. So we'll talk about the theory later. Now, the coroner initially said around 2 a.m. Initially, around 2 o'clock. And then in Lori's trial, it was between 12 and 2:30. But this is also estimation. I still believe it was around that 3:15 mark. Just like JJ, just like Tylee. That's right. It is an estimation. And they had said that when they came at 6 or 6:30 is when they came and said she had been gone for hours. And it was initially estimated at 2, and then it was changed from 12 to 2:30. The 911 call, I believe, was 6 or 6:30 in the morning for Tammy. So there's a few things, there's a lot of things that line up. Those guys had a few interesting trips involved too, and I have looked into that. So yeah, there is some weird stuff that happens around that time. He stayed in the proper time, and she was posed and put her head down on the floor with the rest of her body on the bed. Then he goes and calls, "Oh, Garth, come quick, come quick." And Garth comes in and sees his mom on the ground, and Chad gets him to help him pick up his dead mother. And the guy on the stand, I know in Lori's, was like, no. You'd have to be a pretty good force to push her off the bed to do that. He's just disgusting. I talk all about that he posed Tammy. I did a video on that. And it's just terrible. So now I also did a video on Alex, because one has to wonder if Alex was there that night. And I did a video on, let me see if I could find it for you guys, about Alex. Can't believe how many videos I've done in the last couple of weeks. Have been bananas. Okay. There we go. You could literally, a person could still go another couple years and dive into their information and still need more time. They should be starting pretty quick here. Here we go.
All rise. Is the court again?
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we can have the jurors brought back in, please.
All right, great. Here's all further account for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Parties are present as well as the defense. Mr. Warwick's on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. Mr. Wixom, continuing on direct examination, you may proceed, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, I want to draw your attention back to that Sunday afternoon and evening after you looked at the property. When you came back, did you have any other interaction at all with JJ?
No,
Did you see him in the apartment that day?
I believe he was there Sunday afternoon when we came back.
Thinking back to the last time that you saw JJ, when was it that day? What time of day was it?
It was probably about 10:30 at night.
And what do you recall seeing him doing when you last saw him?
Alex came in the front door and he had JJ in his arms and he carried him upstairs and put him to bed. And JJ, was asleep. So
Now, at some point in that evening, did you do a podcast?
yeah, we did that Sunday night.
About what time of night, best you can recall?
And we started like 7:30 and we were just finishing it up when Alex brought JJ home.
And who all was at the podcast and participating?
Melanie and Lori and myself.
Was Chad there at that time?
No,
And where in the apartment did you do the podcast?
in Lori's kitchen.
So was the podcast happening before you saw Alex bring JJ in and take him upstairs?
Yes,
And then you slept in that apartment that night, correct?
yes.
About what time did you go to bed?
Probably 11 o'clock, 11:30, right in there.
To the best that you understood, who else was at the apartment that night?
Lori and Melanie, JJ and myself.
I don't think I asked this before, but at any point during the weekend, did you ever see Tylee at the apartment?
No,
Ever see her around anywhere?
no.
When you got up the next morning, did you have any more interactions with Lori?
Yes.
And what were those interactions?
We came downstairs. I came downstairs getting ready to leave for Pocatello. So I just went to say goodbye to Lori and JJ. And Lori was in the kitchen and she was a little dramatic. And I just said, well, we're leaving. I'd like to say goodbye to JJ. And she said, oh, he was out of control. And I had to have Alex come and get him.
So, Mr. Warwick, other than what she said, you just used the word dramatic. What did you mean by that?
She just seemed really talking fast and nervous. Just kind of, when I meant by dramatic, she explained that he climbed up on the cabinets in the fridge and got on top of the upper cabinets. And it just her explanation of how JJ was acting was what I would say was dramatic.
Was it different than your other interactions with Lori?
Yeah.
Did she say anything else about him climbing up on the cabinets? JJ?
No, she had a picture of Christ on the upper cabinet, and he said that he went up there and pushed that down.
Now, Did that seem accurate to you, her account of what had happened with JJ climbing on the cabinets?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't see any broken parts on the cabinet. I didn't see any scuffs on the fridge. And the crown on the top, if he would have got up there, that crown would have just pulled off.
Is cabinet crowning something you're familiar with as a builder?
Yes,
Did you get a close observation of the crown on the cabinet then?
yeah.
Did you say anything about this to Lori?
No, I just said, well, I'd like, she said that he was having a possession attack. And so I said, well, I'd really like to see him. And she said, no, Alex has got him and he's taking care of him.
When she said he's having a possession attack, did she say anything else about that aspect of it?
No, just she just said she just couldn't handle it.
Your Honor, can I have just one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's see what happens.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have any more questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. Mr. Warwick, you previously mentioned that you were married to Melanie Gibb.
Yes,
Okay, what was the date of the marriage?
December 10th, 2020.
Close and around the time of all of these occurrences, would that be fair?
Yes. Well, a year later, I guess.
Okay. And when did you first meet Miss Gibb?
At a conference that at UVU.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember the date.
That's okay. Just take your time. We're not in a hurry.
Okay. Met her at a conference. I think it was I don't remember the year. It's probably 2000, 2012 or 2013 or 14, somewhere in there.
Okay. And then approximately when did the two of you start dating?
We started in August of 2019.
Now, at the time, you had mentioned that it sort of offended you that Mr. Daybell was married and was seeing someone even though he was still legally married, right?
Well, in relation to the things that they were, like the beliefs that they were, didn't match up.
The beliefs didn't match up.
Well, what they were saying they were doing about their calling and then seeing each other
Okay.
didn't match up. That's
Inconsistent.
yeah, it's you just
I'm sorry.
yeah, nope, I'm done. Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay. So what he was preaching wasn't consistent with the way he was acting. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay, but at the time you started dating Miss Gibb, you were still married too, weren't you?
Yeah, my divorce was just getting finalized.
But you started dating her while you were still legally married, weren't you?
Well, I made the mistake. I thought I was doing the 30-day waiver
Okay.
on, for the time.
Mhm.
And, but I didn't understand that the judge needed another 60 days after the 30 days. And I'd already paid for two plane tickets to have some time with her in August with my son, Nicholas. And so we just went forward and went, and did those two things for August.
So in other words, you traveled, so when you met her in August of 2019, you were already planning on going on a vacation with her, is that right?
No, not a vacation.
What was it?
One was, the Zion, it was called Zion's Camp. It's a kind of educational camp.
Okay,
And I wanted to see how she would do with my son, Nicholas.
okay. And
I was taking care of my son, Nicholas. That was the whole reason for the divorce, because my wife at the time, it was too much. We had him with us for several weeks. And so I don't have time. I don't know how much time you want for the details, but that was the whole motivation was,
you divorced your wife because she wasn't taking proper care of your son, Nicholas, and it's all about Nicholas, right?
no, we mutually agreed. We
Okay.
did not want a divorce, but we needed to get Nicholas out of the home that he was in because he was suffering some abuses there.
Okay,
If you'd like to go into more, I'd be happy to.
we don't have to.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't
That's
want to go
fine,
into this
okay.
much, but I just wanted to clarify a few things that were of a concern, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about an organization called the Seven Gatherers. You're familiar with that, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, your wife isn't a member of the Seven Gatherers, right?
I don't know anything about Seven Gatherers.
Okay, thank you. Now, both of you go to various camps and conferences and meetings and speak about religious subjects. Is that fair?
Yes,
And both of you have I don't want to use the term expertise, a knowledge of certain areas of religious beliefs. Would that be fair?
yes.
And your particular area of knowledge is in what?
It's about, there was the conversion, my conversion to Christ and his church, and the gifts and dreams and visions that came afterwards.
Okay. So when we talk about that, let's cut this down a little bit to really what so these folks understand. It's really about, you go to these camps in rural, these fireside chats is what they're talking about, or mentioned as, correct? Fireside chats?
Yes, I would be a speaker at the fireside, one of the firesides at the camp.
And the subject that you would discuss would be visions that you have that you would want to translate to them and talk to these people at these fireside chats about these various visions and experiences, premonitions that you have.
No, it was about my conversion and the faith, and then the fruits of that faith.
Oh, you've
It
never.
was to build faith. It
Oh.
was the dreams and visions were not necessarily discussed at the camps in much detail. There's many aspects to dreams and visions about many topics. So it was about, the whole purpose was to help inspire people to seek God, to seek his truth, in relationship with the Holy Ghost bearing witness of that truth.
Okay. So the fact that you experience these visions and you have these visions, that's not necessarily what you're talking to these people about, but you do in fact have made various representations about visions that you've had over the years. Is that right?
Yes.
And some of these visions have included being invaded by foreign powers, right?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
It's a late objection. It's already been answered. You
I'm sorry,
continue,
Judge, I missed that.
I overruled the objection because it wasn't timely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge. And some of these visions deal with religious matters as well.
Yes.
And that's something that you've gone to conferences to speak about as well, right?
And aspects.
Right.
They're just
Okay.
depending on the topics and then whatever I felt right in my heart that was allowed to be.
And really, it's your experience in your, it's your experience in your LDS faith that you're trying to communicate with these people and talk about these conversions and things that you've experienced as part of your understanding of your LDS faith. Is that-
Objection, Your Honor, Rule 610.
Judge, could we approach and have a sidebar?
Yes.
Thankfully, it's 3:12 p.m. By 3:30, they can wrap it up. This is, I know, we have a lot more to go with John. Someone was asking about if I know what the 7 gathers are. I am wondering if John's trying to ask, because this is the second time he's brought it up, maybe even the third. I'm wondering if he's trying to bring up the 7 missions to accomplish together. There was a chart. Maybe he's talking about something completely different, but he asked Melanie Gibb that, and now he's asking David. So, but John likes to screw up how he says it too, right? So we'll see what he's trying to ask and see if he can bring it on home so we understand what he's talking about. But the one thing that drove me bananas is when he's asking about David if he's still married. Well, in Canada, specifically Alberta, you have to be separated for a year. I'm not talking about the States, but technically, this is what I'm trying to get at. Technically, I shouldn't date at all because technically my divorce isn't complete. But just because my divorce isn't complete doesn't mean I'm still with my ex-husband. I'm not, right? So he's trying to discredit all this and, oh, David this, David that. Well, okay, if he's already going through his divorce, he was choosing to be Melanie, he wasn't really married. Well, there's been some chitter chatter about both. But my point is, if what he's saying is true and he's going through the divorce, he's just waiting for the paper to be finalized, doesn't mean anything. That's apples and oranges. Chad is having an affair on Tammy, and Tammy believes she's still married. So there's that. I mean, whatever. So stupid. So you guys probably saw me go, like, okay, whatever. Right? So yeah, you can date when you're legally separated. Absolutely. I've been separated for a long time. I've almost been split for 2 years in June. So he needs to zip it. Zip your lip, John. Zip your lip. Oh. Yeah, there was no talk about divorce with Tammy. And Tammy believes she was still married. And this is the tip of the week, okay? If you are in the dating scene, you need, and they say someone like, are you dating anybody? They say no. Go, do they believe that they're dating you? That's the tip. Could be for both men and women. You can ask this. Oh, you're not dating one? Does anybody think or believe that they are dating you? Joanna says John's comparing apples to a-holes. Smart women don't date. I understand that. I am hearing that. I will be enjoying my video making and the channel, and we'll keep it at that. We need to protect our peace. Both women and men need to protect their peace. And if they don't add to your peace, then you don't keep them in your life. Well, this is a good point because some people bring that up. My papers are getting done, so they'll be finished and it'll be done. And some people don't, and some people, they don't like that. That's fair, but it doesn't mean what what John is saying to them is still apples to oranges. So. There was no divorce talk with Tammy. Tammy and Chad were married. Chad came home to Tammy. Yes, there was no to return to the dark side. I get it. Absolutely get it. Is that the deciding factor? Peace? No. I'm learning that I need to protect my peace. It should be apples to tomatoes. Where is that? I missed that. But it's potatoes to tomatoes. Oh, I don't like the word situationship. Don't like that word. In fact, I add an H to it. Should be apples to potatoes difference. Tomatoes to potatoes. Apples and bananas. Are they going to keep talking? They're going to keep talking till 3:29 and then they're going to take a break. Oh, speaking of, I got an email today that says there's going to be service disruption for power in my life on Wednesday. So we have to figure that out. Seven gatherers: Lori, Chad, Alex, Zulema, David, Mel G, and Mel B. Okay. Here we go.
All right, council, we are back on the record on CR 22-21-1623. The court had a sidebar to make an evidentiary ruling outside presence of the jurors. I sustain an objection and I'll ask the jurors to disregard the previous question. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
So, Mr. Warwick, we were on the subject of visions, and that you explained to me that these visions are only a small part of what you lecture at these fireside mountain retreats and at these conferences and at these meetings. Is that fair?
Yes,
And part of these visions is consistent with your faith, right?
yes,
So if you were to have these various visions about certain events, that's not something that's particularly inconsistent with your faith, correct?
correct.
Okay. And if Chad Daybell were to have visions of certain events, that's not necessarily inconsistent with his faith either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit because I'm a little unclear. There's been some testimony about what vibrations are. Do you understand the term vibrations?
I understand the term, but I don't understand the context.
Okay, the
That's
context is
question.
in a religious context, that you get some sort of feedback that has a religious perspective to it. So in that context, do you understand or have had familiarity with that process?
Yes.
Okay, what is that experience or knowledge that you have as it relates to vibrations?
Not understanding what you're after, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, well, in a religious context, you know, have you participated in meetings or gatherings that dealt with the subject of vibrations?
No,
You haven't.
no,
Has your wife gone on seminars and spoke about, while you were there, about this theory and idea of vibrations?
not that I recall.
Okay. All right. Then what is your wife's been as well has been called to a number of places to speak as well as a guest at a number of places, correct?
Yes.
And she's similar topics, but hers has a little bit of a slant. What's her area of knowledge?
This is more about believing and overcoming unbelief.
Okay, and be more specific if you could.
Okay.
Like in what way? Overcoming non-belief? What do you mean?
Well, she did health. Actually, hers was more on health. The ones that I've seen, because she does foot reflexology
Okay,
and teaches about the body, and works with the nerves through the feet.
okay, all right.
Because a lot of the speaking things that she had done, I was not involved with. A lot of that had happened before we got together.
And the items that she would talk about.
I'd never witnessed what she spoke about.
By the way, Mr. Warwick, please don't just interject in your
Sorry.
response in the middle of anyone else talking. It's difficult for the court reporter.
And Mr. Warwick, I'm going to be guilty of that too a couple of times. So we'll try to be patient with each other. Okay.
Okay.
So when you say before you met her, she's been speaking about religious topics before you folks even met, right?
Yes.
And you guys met again when?
Officially, we met the end of May 2019.
Okay. But unofficially, you met well before that in what, 2012?
Yeah, she was in the line of people, and they just came up to tell me that they appreciated the talk that I gave. That was it.
And prior to May of 2019, she engaged in the same sort of speaking circuit. She would go to these fireside retreats and she would do these conferences well before she ever met Chad Daybell, right?
Yeah, but she wasn't, from my understanding, she was not a speaker for years. She just they organized some podcast. I can't remember the name of it right now. Anyway, and that's what they were mainly doing, was podcast. I never recall I'd ever seen her speak at any of these events.
Okay. So she would organize these events and she would sort of gather these people and bring the groups together to talk about these various religious subjects, right?
Religious and health and child, raising children. There was multiple things that she's let me know that she's been doing.
Which one of you talked at these preparedness camps about you know, and you know what I'm talking about, these preparedness camps that you would go up to, right? And what exactly were they preparing for?
Oh, they just basically teaching you how to, different ways to be self-reliant through growing food, have energy, and it was any topic to be prepared so that, you know, when tribulations, or you're able to, you know, provide and be able to do better serve. I there's all kinds of things about how to cook and how to set up camps, all kinds of.
You weren't teaching about cooking, right?
What's that?
You weren't teaching about cooking, right?
Nope.
You weren't teaching
I
about.
didn't teach. I just gave a fireside. I just shared my story of my conversion.
And your visions to some extent.
To some extent, there'd be some that would come up, but not much on a
Right.
camp like that.
About some of the things that you predicted that would happen in the future, right?
Not that I'd predict, not it was what I was shown.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake there.
Yeah, it's not me.
Right. It's not you that are making these, they aren't predictions. They're, and please forgive me, you put the right word on it. They're premonitions about things that you saw that you believe you need to share with other people. Is that fair?
No.
They're visions of things that you see that are brought to you some way and that you believe are things that would occur in the future. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've heard the term light and dark. Are you familiar with those terms?
Yes.
Light and dark, would you agree with me that the term light and dark are synonymous with the words good and evil?
Yeah. Yes.
They could be interchanged.
Yes.
And it just depends really on your how you're brought up, what terms your family's using. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Some families will say, this is good and this is evil. Other families would say, this is light and this is dark. Would you agree with that?
I've never heard the light and dark explained that way. I've always heard that, no, they just say this is good and evil.
Okay.
I've never heard explained the way you just said it.
Okay, but you've heard the terms light and dark.
Mm-hmm.
And the light and dark term is in at least your faith is referenced a number of times in your faith.
Yes.
We can go back and show you well, you're aware of that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So that's not a foreign term to you, the term light and dark, right?
Right.
Okay, that's part of your faith. Right?
It's part of life.
Right. All right. Well,
I wasn't raised, I didn't have faith, and I knew about light and dark way before faith.
okay. And Mr. Daybell and you share at least the same faith generally in the beginning, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Daybell would be familiar with the term light and dark. He's spoken to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But the area that I'm confused is the area called portals. Have you heard that term?
Yes.
Okay. And was teaching about dark portals, was that something your wife would ever do?
I don't know. I never heard her teach.
Okay. So you don't know if she's teaching anybody about a dark portal or a light portal or any kind of portal, right?
Right.
Okay. Judge, this might be a place where we can gather up again. It's up to the court. I can either go on or whatever the court prefers.
All right, I know it feels like we've had breaks today, but I'm pretty committed to keeping our jurors on the schedule that we've determined. So we are going to take our break for the day. We'll conclude and continue on with further cross tomorrow. Before we conclude, just a few things. Mr. Warwick, I'll be asking you again in the morning if you've reviewed any of this trial testimony or anything. So you're still subject to that exclusionary order. For the jurors, again, the admonishment, please don't do anything to review or investigate the case in any way. If you see any news coverage, footage, et cetera, don't try to avert your attention from that, I should say. Don't discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once your deliberations have begun. And with that, I appreciate your attentiveness today. We're going to go ahead and recess for the evening, and we'll begin again tomorrow morning again at 8:30 as well. All right, we're in recess.
All right.
Oh, man. At the end of the day, aren't you like, oh, I need like a little bit of a break on John Pryor? It's painful. So we all need a nap after that. John is certainly trying to get Melanie Gibb. He's pushing that. One sec, guys. My computer might die. There we go. He's sure pushing that on Melanie Gibb. He wants to give her a lot of the brunt of things on her. Okay. I mean, the biggest thing for me today was Colby Ryan. David's going to be talking tomorrow again. I wish they would have talked about the dream or the vision he had, but maybe there's a reason why they're not. So it's hard to listen to John. I can't keep saying it right now. My brain is just like, I need a break. I need a break. Colby broke my heart as well. I thought they would ask him more questions, but they can call him back up. Interlocution says some divorces can take years to finalize. People should not have to put their lives on hold waiting on the process or final documents. Yeah, it's a finicky thing for sure. Thank you, Interlocution, as always. It's a finicky thing. And I just realized, I think today would have been my anniversary. So there's that. What year are we in? It would have been 8 years. Yeah, but it's been 2 years, so. My actual paperwork is going to take 3 months to do, and that's an ish. Good question. Why does it feel like they are leaving so much out of this trial versus Lori's? I think it's just different. Because with Lori's, you have direct with Tylee and JJ. They're bringing a lot of stuff in here still, but I think more so we're going to hear more from the experts more. I don't know. I feel like we still have a lot to go. Yeah, some of the questions are interesting. I would have asked a couple of different questions or more. Happy non-anniversary. Yeah, I think this is what I was concerned about. Because even for us, we're a little confused. So we got to wonder for them what it's like. Barb says, I binge watched all your Daybell. Awesome. Thank you. I'm sure it was enlightening with all the patterns. The timestamp, Colby took the stand, it was at 1:00. So 2.5 hours ago, if you check, like rewind to that. I don't know what was going on with David with the dream, but I wish he could tell us so we know what happened or what he feels that he saw or whatever. I'm curious. I want to know. If anybody, I'd like to see Melanie Pulowski in trouble. If I had to choose Melanie Pulowski or Melanie Gibb, I'd choose Melanie Pulowski 100%, because they're talking about the inner circle. I talked about that too. The inner circle is the three of them, Lori, Alex, and Chad, and then it opens up. And we have Melanie Pulowski in that in between, and then Melanie Gibb and Zulema and all that. I think Melanie P is right on that cusp of that inner circle too. I don't know. We need Melanie to be charged. How do you feel? Do you feel every single day has been fruitful for the prosecution up until today and this point? Brenda's asking, she says, I'm just going to say it, please don't come for me, but it feels like the prosecution's heart just isn't in it this time around. Do you think it's because of the voices of Rocky Wixom and Rob Wood and the way they say it? Is that why do you think maybe it sounds like their heart isn't in it? Because when we hear Lindsay, she's very present. Barb says, text from Melanice about her children being dark. Uh-huh. And she did some shady stuff around the closing of the house that they were selling. And she postponed it. It kind of sounded like Corey Richins, really. But when it came to real estate. Laura says, today was a little disappointing, except with Hart. He needs to sleep with one eye open. Yeah, Lindsay is definitely more dynamic. I agree. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not going to take as long in this trial. Part of me thinks it will. Part of me thinks maybe it won't. I'd have to look through Lori's and see, and to remind myself. Lindsay's doing great. I think it's okay though. From the first week for sure, day 1 to day 5, I want to say, every day was like, oh, that doesn't look good on Chad. Oh, that doesn't look good on Chad. Over and over and over and over. These last kind of days feel a little bit muddy with Melanie Gibb and David, but at the same time, you still have these texts going on with Chad and Lori, and there's some things that he was saying as well. So yeah, 1 to 5 hit harder, didn't it? The judge gave 8 to 10 weeks. Maybe it'll be over in end of May. I think you're right. The experts may be more of a battle, so take longer. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be tough for the jury. I mean, although, I mean, we know quite a bit of the case, right? So it's hard. But when you are first time hearing all this stuff, you're probably like, what is going on? What did these people do? And then you start putting it together and how easy it is just to, oh yeah, I got an extra room because Tylee's gone, so might as well sleep in there. But they are bringing in a lot of truth bombs into each day. And even some of the witnesses are pushing back with John going, no, that's actually not true. This is what's true, right? So I think every day there's just a little bit, and a little bit adds up to a lot. So it doesn't look good for Chad at this point. I don't know if there's been any real progress with the defense other than pushing the Melanie Gibb theory for the last couple days. But there's only so much you could do of that until the jury's going, okay, enough with Melanie Gibb already. They're like, get to the point or like forget it. So court is finished for today, yes. Yes, absolutely. Witnesses are making it very clear that Chad is not the victim here. So I do like that they're doing that. And they're still establishing, even with Melanie and David Warwick, Chad was there on the weekend. Chad came by a few times. Thank you very much. Thank you. I feel like I do need a nap. So there's been a few things that came out today, don't you think? I mean, Colby's was the most memorable for me. Don't you think that more will come out about Tammy's death? Yes. We still have a little bit to go on that, I think. Mike from Ohio says if he doesn't get the death penalty, he won't last long in prison. Once he gets there, he'll wish he got the death penalty. Carrie says state needs to bring it, not near enough. Wood sounds meek and weak. Yeah, the way he talks is a little bit, it sounds unsure, but that's just kind of how he gathers his thoughts and says it, but I can see how you think that comes across. Samantha says, Colby got me, but they didn't bring up the horrible day when he heard they were found. Yeah. Scout says the raspberry bush is nagging me. Oh, it'll come. It'll come. Did Joseph Ryan legally adopt Colby? Yes, I believe they did. And it's interesting because Colby's father, bio father, William, on the birth certificate, she didn't put his name. She had the father blank. That I saw. Oh, Tammy says no. No, Joseph Ryan never legal. I thought he did. But now I'm starting to get question. But I did see that Colby's bio father wasn't on the registration of Colby's birth. He just took Joseph's last name. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. Colby started at 1 p.m., so that's 2.5 hours from, if you rewind 2.5 hours or so. Now, Colby on the stand today said he had 4 siblings and said Charles's 2 sons, rather, Tylee and JJ. But Colby has another half brother. And that was Williams, so his bio dad's other son. But he's younger than Colby and bigger than Colby, like he's taller. I saw a picture of him. How old was Colby when Lori and Joseph Ryan married? He was little. I think he was only a few years old. 2 or 3 maybe, something like that. It's been a long time. Annie said she thought Joe adopted Colby until she read the Freedom of Information. Oh, okay, from Texas Family Court. So maybe that's where I got it from, that I thought that they did. Probably from Annie. Well, it's so much to remember about this. So much to remember. I'm surprised I remember as much as I do. Yes, look at the, like her name. Look at this. Never forget. Lori, Noreen, Cox, Yanis, LaJoya, Ryan, Vallow, Daybell. uh, I'm going to see if I have. I put it in one of my videos a long time ago. A long time ago. I wonder if I have it still. Yes, I'll have to pull it for you guys. Because I had it somewhere. I put it in a video. And it showed Lori. He's not going to get off. He's going to be okay. It just feels like some days are going to be a little bit meh and some days aren't. But that's John's style. He needs to create a diversion, right? Talk about Melanie Gibb, everything but him. Court is done for the day. So, okay, so I am going to go take a breather. I got to go do some work and then try and get a wrap-up video done. And then we just continue on. So thank you so much for joining me today, everyone. I appreciate you. And we're going to be back here tomorrow at the same time. And we're going to go through this all together again. Hopefully it'll be okay. You're welcome. The Real Angel Girl, you're welcome. Thank you for watching my videos, you guys. Check out some of the videos that I did mention. There's one too that I saw about Colby that I created a long time ago, and it had to do with Lori's vehicle. So let me just give it to you so you guys can check that one out as well. That was a while back. Yeah. Here it is. You might not have seen that. There you go. Check out some other videos. I'm going to try and do some timestamps as well for you guys on my live streams. That'll help if I remember. I'll get some timestamps so that if you had to come back, you can check it and it'll be easy where to go. So appreciate all of you guys, and we'll be back here tomorrow. So take a look at some of the other videos, take a break, take a little rest from John Pryor, enjoy the John Mado, the John Mado emoji that we created, and we'll go from there, okay? Have a really great night, you guys. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.